Hey, I'm here.
Denise.
Denise.
There's
Hello,
Janice,
everyone.
but I'm here. Hey.
Good. All right. I'm going to go ahead and say hello to everyone, Janice, and you get settled in. No rush, okay? All right. Hello, everyone. My name is Katie of the Greenland Quilter channel, and I hope everyone is having a lovely weekend so far. Um, I have fun guests tonight again. I'm so tickled about sewing with these ladies. And we have Janice from the.wRightway. That's the name of her channel, and I'll be posting links here directly. We also have Chaunda from Under the Needle. And we have a new guest that y'all haven't seen on my channel. Her name is Shannon from Sleight Arts, and I am tickled to finally get a chance to get to know her better. So when we were scheduling things with Shannon, because we both have busy schedules, y'all are going to see her interview podcasts on Tuesday. So I will make sure to advertise that so y'all don't forget. Because we sat down and we had an in-depth conversation, and you need to go watch that too so you can get to know her, because I know I don't know how many of you know her and how many don't. This was my first interaction with her from the podcast, and now we're sewing together tonight. So let's all get to know all three of my ladies. I know some of you don't know them. Some of you know all of them. So we're going to have fun tonight. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to spotlight each of them, each of my friends, and they're going to tell you a little bit about themselves and a little bit about their channel and what they plan on working on tonight. And then after I've done all that, then we will talk about what I was going to do and now I'm not going to do. And I'll explain why. And also we're going to talk about what I am going to work on. And we're going to talk about my 12-hour live that will be scheduled for July the 16th for celebrating my second birthday of my channel. So we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about a challenge that we're going to be doing during the 12 hours that me and Sean are going to be doing together. And I hope all of y'all will hop in either by creating the scenario from your stash, or if you happen to have one of these in your house and you just haven't used it yet, and I'll tell you what this is directly, those that don't know what it is. Yeah, so let me go ahead and I'm going to start with Shannon because she's the newest one to my channel. And I'm going to spotlight her. Go ahead, Shannon, tell them who you are and about your channel and anything else you want to say.
Oh, hi, I'm Shannon from Sleight Arts. I have been quilting now. September will be 5 years. I like to do a lot of FPP, but I also make bags and have started sewing clothes. Tonight, I'm going to be working on, I have a free pattern on my website for this butterfly, and folks have been asking for a smaller version of it. So I have a half version that I'm going to be working in FPP on these little wings tonight. So I'm testing it out to make sure that it translated, making it smaller. So that's what I'll be doing tonight. And I'm very excited to be here for my first time. Yay.
Okay, and let's hit up Janice next. Tell them a little bit about yourself and your channel and what you're working on and what you've been up to lately, because we haven't talked to each other in a little bit.
Hey, everyone. Hey, Chaunda. Hi, Katie. Hi, Shannon. So good to be on a live with you, ladies. I am Janice, right? Of course, my channel is the.wRightway. I've not done a lot on the channel recently, but I do quilting videos and a little bit of this and a little bit of that. And today I'm working on some donation baby quilts. I am doing the quilting on this, and
pretty.
I'm finishing the quilting on this tonight and hopefully binding. And then I'll go to some whips that I've dug up recently. So
it's funny you should say that about binding something. Okay, because you're going to see what I mean in a minute.
Okay.
Okay, now we got Chaunda over here, and I'm going to spotlight her, and she's going to tell you a little bit about herself, her channel, and what she's working on, and what she's been up to lately.
All right, everyone. My name is Chaunda. My channel is called Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts, and it's a very informal channel where I basically just share the things that I'm working on. And I have a good time, and I appreciate it when people turn in and listen to me babble. Tonight, I will be working on a quilt pattern called Faster 14. It is by Sam Hunter. I didn't intend to be working on this tonight, but my not smart self decided last night to lay it all out on my living room floor. And it's like a puzzle piece. It's like a big puzzle. And if I take it up, I'm not going to remember where everything goes. So I have to at least get some of the components put together so I can get it off my floor. So there'll be a bit of me going back and forth to gather pieces to sew. And just to kind of give you an idea, because I did do some of it, show you guys what it's looking like. But these are some
you're coming
components
along.
that I've put together. You know,
those are some good sized blocks, huh?
Yeah. So the blocks are large, but the way you have to put the quilt together makes it a bit more complicated because you're basically putting all these small components together into this large block, and then it all goes together, but it's not very square. So it's like a big jigsaw puzzle. Let me see if I can show you.
Do you have a picture of the pattern? Oh, there you go. Oh, that's going to be interesting.
So it's kind of neat because it looks like, how did you get all that to go together while you put it together like a puzzle?
Yeah, that makes good sense. All right. Okay, now you're going to say, what's Katie up to? Well, I was going to work on my my Magnolia quilt tonight because I was going to add the third row to it. And for those that don't know what the Magnolia is, it's this one that I'm working on right now. I have 2 rows done. It's this. And so with all of my maneuvering around in this small space, and I've been moving stuff around because I've had multiple projects, as some of y'all know I've been doing. So I kind of misplaced the pieces that was going to start on the 3rd row. So I'm like, uh-oh, I can't work on it tonight if I can't find it, which is my fault for not getting in here earlier and making sure I had everything in place. So here's my plan of attack for tonight. Y'all seen this where I quilted this. So it's quilted. It just needs binding. So I've cut strips to make binding, and I will be binding this during the live. So that's why I said that, Janice. 2 of us are going to be binding tonight. And we didn't listen, y'all. Neither one of us knew that we were doing that, I don't think. No, we didn't, because I didn't tell anybody, because I didn't know till the last minute I was going to be binding because I couldn't find my little pieces. So yeah, I'll be doing that. But first I want to show y'all what I got in the mail. And it looks kind of beaten up. You see that? It's all beaten up. I don't know what's scribbled out right here either. So anyway, this is from Sweetwater. I get quilt labels once a month. And a lot of you know that I've been doing this for, golly, a long time now. I probably have more than I'll ever use, but you know, you never know. One of these days I may become the prolific quilter so many are. Okay, so this is what came in here today. Look here. It says made in Greenland. Isn't that super cute?
I like the blocks.
Yeah, I like how they put that on there this time. And then it has my name up underneath it.
Oh,
The
that's so
only
cute.
thing, that I wish that we could do is, but that that means they would have to interact with us once a month. I wish I could have labels that had the date I finished a quilt and the name of the quilt on it. But dreams of grandeur here.
It's lovely.
Yep. So the first person that was in here in the chat today was Linda of Irish Cell Lady, and now we have Michelle the Quilter in here. Hello. Let me see.
Hey,
We have
Michelle.
Pat G here. Welcome, welcome.
Hey,
Yep.
Patty.
So if any of you want to ask Shannon or Chaunda or Janice a question, they're here. Okay. So the first thing I got to do is I've already cut the strips. I just need to press that fold out of there, and then I'll join them, and then I'll start folding it. Okay. And I'm gonna wait a little bit longer before we talk about my second anniversary birthday bash I'm doing.
Congratulations on approaching your second anniversary.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's on July the 2nd, and I was going to do it the weekend of the 4th, and then I realized, a lot of people in the United States is going to be out barbecuing all weekend.
Yep.
Probably going to lakes and I don't know, doing road trips. And I'm thinking, I don't know that they would have time to come drop into a 12-hour live. So I moved it to the 16th, and even Sean said it would be easier on him. So you three ladies are creators, and I'll be sending out an email to all of y'all. You can come in anytime during that 12 hours. It's an open door policy. It'll start at 12 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it'll stop at 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 3 to 3 for me. And y'all can come in, hop on the Zoom, say, hi, everybody. This is my channel, blah, 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 blah. Say whatever you want. You can stay as long as you want. You can stay as short as you want. I'm trying to make it easy, just like I do for my New Year's Eve 12-hour live that I do. Anyone can come in, say whatever. And if you want to hang out in the chat the whole 12 hours, that would be great. That means watch hours for me, but once you feel tidy greedy, maybe. Hey, Kelly, how are you? How's the cruise season going on? Man, we've been a little bit dead the last 2 weeks because we have ice in the fjord. So the cruise ships are a little afraid of a little ice. We don't have like it where it's remember last year, you probably remember Chaunda and Janice, me talking about we were landlocked by ice.
Yes.
That's not the case with this ice in the fjord. It's like a little bit. So I don't know what the deal is. I don't get to work when they don't show up.
All right, guys, I'll be able to hear you, but I'm going to be stepping away to get the next little section of pieces.
Okay. All right. So what is everybody, those that are in the channel, what have you been doing today? Have you been sewing, chilling, watching lives all day, doing nothing? What you been doing today? This iron is not hot. And I'm hoping that John, who goes by the name Alibaba Furball, I have an iron to show him because I located my antique iron. Hey, Denise, welcome, welcome. Kelly says she's just chilling this weekend. I'm waiting on my iron to get hot. She says she's just chilling. It's Canada Day is coming up on the 1st. Wow. Happy holiday for you Canadians or Canucks. Denise says ice took out the Titanic. Hello, ladies. I know that, but the ice we got in the fjord is tiny. And I mean, think of it like a glass of ice cubes. That's how small they are. They're just little pieces of ice. They don't even matter. Little boats go right through it, no problem. Kelly says she may work on her Hawaiian table runner tomorrow. I'd like to see what that looks like. Hello, Mary Ann. Welcome, welcome. And I'm going to share. Any of you that have channels, I am putting the command in the channel. All you have to do is type exclamation selfie and you can share your channels. And I will be periodically sharing Shannon's, Chaunda's, and Janice's links. And I need to get Shannon put in my bot.
Oh. Marianne.
So how is it going with the cotton cuts PMQ, Katie? And I don't know if you're doing it, Shannon or Chaunda.
I am not.
No.
Which one are you working on, Janice? I'm doing Phoenix.
I'm doing Flyway, Rosefinch. Rosefinch.
That's a pretty one too. I like that one. Yeah, it's going. I still got some cat. I'm like one clue behind, and which is the newest one. So I'll be caught up because I have the whole kit anyway. Hi, Teresa Louise. Welcome, welcome, and hello, Jenny. I think this is the first time I've seen Jenny in here. Welcome, welcome. And look, there's numbers behind some of their names again. That is the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. Hi, Ingrid. Welcome, welcome. She says, hi, Katie. Hi, Shannon. Jennifer says, hey, girls. From hot, windy Kansas.
Kansas.
Yeah, that's for, I don't think I've had anyone from Kansas in my channel before that I know of. Kelly says, loads of people camping and whatnot this weekend. Yeah, I can imagine they are. Lots of celebrating going on. Ingrid says, hello, everyone from T Quilt's retreat in Missouri. Wow.
Nice.
Tell the ladies they're on the retreat I said hello, and tell T I said hi.
And we're jealous that we're not there.
Yeah,
you know, right?
Yes, we are.
Hello, Stitching Life Together. Welcome, welcome. Some of you, I don't know your first names that have just a channel name, so I'll just call you by your channel. Sorry. Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and sew these together to make one long strip. It's been a while since I did a, well, I think a couple months ago I did a binding. I think. I'm trying to remember what I bought. I put a binding on something I finished. She said, Jennifer says, I've watched you gals the one other time. It was fun. Oh, thank you. We have a good time together. And now I have made a new friend with Shannon. And yeah, so we've got a new person to break in.
Shannon, I love your glasses.
Oh, thank you. They're so cool. I love it when people say they love my glasses because I get to do this. They do this. Woo! And so I have all these tops.
You want those?
I've wanted to do that. I've worn glasses for 40 years.
Me too.
And I've been wanting to try the interchangeables. I just never have.
I love them so much because I can change them for everything.
I could tell your personality as soon as I saw your frames.
They're a ton of fun. Every color. I have so many. I like to change it up, and or if we're having like a seafood fest, I have ones with Maryland crabs on them.
Oh boy.
Nice. Thanks, Denise. You should go for it.
Okay, Kelly said that she came in while I was talking about the Zoom, but she missed the details. Yes, we're going to revisit the details for, okay, so here's what's going to happen. There's two things that are going to happen during this 12-hour live. It's scheduled for July the 16th. I will start advertising. I'll probably start making my little banner starting tomorrow. and I'll probably be posting them every 3 or 4 days so people are aware of it. It's 12 hours. It starts at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and it runs to 12 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, which is 3 to 3 Greenland time. I'm celebrating my 2nd anniversary as a channel of when I dropped my first video. I know some of you are going to go looking like it says February. I didn't do anything from February to July. I didn't pull the trigger, put it that way. and Becca was like, when are you going to pull the trigger? I see you set it up, but you've done nothing. And it ended up also that it started out being called Living Greenland, and we ended up changing it to a more appropriate name so that people could find me easier. So had Greenland and the fact that I quilt, plus I do stuff with Greenland. So anyway, my actual video first drop was July the 2nd. So that's my anniversary for being a Greenland quilter. We're going to run 12 hours. Sean and I are going to do a Stitch It challenge. And for those that doesn't know what a Stitch It is, Cotton Cuts sells these cool little pre-cut boxes. And you can buy 3 different sizes. They have the one that's really small. It has like 150 in it or something. Then you have a mini, and then you have a large. And the large one has 500 pieces in it. But you get pre-cuts. Now, the reason it's a challenge is because you have no pattern. These are just triangles of 3 different. You have a small, medium, and large triangles. You also have squares and rectangles in this kit. If you buy the big kit, you're going to get lots. I mean, you'll get big, longer rectangles, more of the bigger triangles. You'll get like 3 different sizes of 2 different sizes of rectangles, and lots of squares. So you're going to say, well, what do I do with this? You create. You sit down, pick out the ones you want to mess with first, and you have a design board or your tabletop, and you just start laying them out. It's just like if you were drawing triangles on a paper and you're incorporating rectangles and squares into it. You just get creative. So the challenge is what are we going to make out of ours? Because he bought a kit 2 weeks ago. Cotton Cuts had a special where you could get 25% off any Stitch It kit, and they had a boatload of them on the site. And so I signed up for, or I purchased 2 minis of Corey Yoder, Callie & Co. And then I also purchased a large of one of the batiks she had there. It was the purple one, because I have 2 boxes of batiks already over here that are stitches, but I want more color added into it. So I ordered the purple because I'm going to combine all of it together and get creative with it, but not for the 12-hour live. I'm going to stick to the Callie & Co. because I also, because I want to play with those. They're so pretty and happy, and they're cotton. You'll get to see me not mess with batiks. So during that 12-hour live, it's going to be like an open door policy, because I know there's going to be other lives going on throughout the day. So don't feel guilty that you come in and spend an hour and then turn around and leave to go watch someone's live and then come back again. That is okay. You can come and stay as long as you want, and you can come as many times as you want during that 12-hour. I'm working out my budget to see how many gift cards I can give away. It may be 4 or 6. I haven't decided. I will know better when I see what our budget looks like on the 1st of the month. I'm hoping I could give away 6 $25 gift cards. So I will also be making a Google form, just like last time when I gave gift cards away. And you're going to have to answer all the questions, because I am not chasing you down in an email. People do not answer emails. So by doing the form, I'm going to know what your email address already is. And when I'm going to give you a choice. They'll be like Amazon. Someone made a suggestion about something else, and I wrote it down. It was I forget what. I'll figure it out. Anyway, I'm going to do two generic company gift cards. One is Amazon, and then I'll choose like Hobby Lobby or something like that, or Michael's, or I might put all three of them on there. And then there'll be Missouri Star, Cotton Cuts, and Fat Quarter Shop. Okay. And you can only choose one of them for your gift card. So that if you are the winner, then all I have to do is go to the form, get your email address, go to the website of the one you chose, pay for the gift card, and it automatically goes to you. And then I have no more to do with it after that. No more. I don't have to chase anybody down to get information because I already have it on hand. So we'll be doing that also. And I'll be posting the link in my community tab, also on my Facebook group. And I'll probably put it on Sherry Yurkin's Discord because she set up a little place for me for my stuff. And I'll probably put that in there also. Hey, Lisa. Hey, Liana. So, yeah. Crap, gotta go. Hubby is bugging. See ya. So anyway, I will be writing a whole spill about everything that's going to go on. And also for channel creators, I'm hoping I can get some to come onto the Zoom, talk about their channel, they can stay as long as they want. They can stay as little as they want, you know, but mainly me and I'm not sure what part of the 12-hour live me and Sean will be doing the challenge, but I have posted information over on my community tab. If you want to do the challenge from your stash, I have put all of the measurements of what size each of these triangles are, the squares and the rectangles, and how many you might need for the challenge because we're doing the smaller kit. So that's also on there, and I'll remind everybody to give a quick look for if they want to do it from the stash. So you got that going on. So that's where I am now. Stay tuned. I'll be advertising and posting everything you need to know, and y'all share it. Let's see how many people we can get to come to my 12-hour live because I just want to celebrate another milestone I've made to the second year without shutting it off.
And what day was that again, Katie?
July the 16th.
July the 16th. Gotcha.
Yep, because I was going to do it the 5th, and then I'm like, yeah, I think people are going to be too busy.
Yeah.
What?
The guy says it's
Okay.
I understand about not shutting it off and celebrating that because, you know, sometimes it can get you can get burnt out.
Absolutely.
Or someone will say something that just really hurts your heart. And well, mine was three different people, two of them I don't know from Adam's House Cat, made a complaint that sounds like when I talk, I sound like I'm whining.
Just like your voice?
Yeah, my voice sounds like I'm whining.
People got a lot of time on their hands.
I can't help how I sound on the live. I mean, when people would call me on the telephone, they would think they were talking to a kid, and that is the truth. And they said, let me talk to Catherine Yolson or Catherine Douglas back then. You are talking to her. Can't be. You sound like a kid. I said, everybody says that. So what can I do for you? You know? And I know when I watch my video, a lot of times I'll go back and watch my video because I've been trying to correct certain little behaviors. And I'm doing really good. A lot of those behaviors are gone now. Like, well, I just touched my face the minute I thought of it. But like touching my face or playing with my hair, you know, while I'm talking. And I still haven't got this don't use my hands so much thing down. But, you know, that probably will never stop because I do talk with my hands. Pastry or Lisa says, hello, all. I'm lurking for a tiny bit. Hello to all in the chat. Let's give Katie a thumbs up. And thank you, Lisa, for that. I'm hoping I didn't miss anyone that came in here. Okay. So, yeah, if you want to ask any of the ladies questions or if you want to talk about something, I am going to bring up a subject that I bet nobody knows about unless they watch Kimberly Jolly's lives. So yesterday she had a live and she was talking about different, showing us different things and stuff. And she made an announcement in the live. She said they would no longer be selling Robert Kaufman fabric. Anyone want to know why? Because she said, if you want to know what the deal is, go look it up on Google. So I went and looked it up, and I'm like, wow, so you're going to stop selling for that reason? So does anyone know what the reason is? Because I know what it is. And then when I tell you, you're going to be surprised as to why she said what she said. Anyone know what's going on with Robert Kaufman's company?
No.
I didn't know about it until she brought it up in the live yesterday. I don't read the news all the time.
I'd never watched the news.
Well, I don't think they put it on TV. I don't know.
Well, or I mean, like YouTube channel. There's a bunch of YouTube channels that give out like the quilting news, and I never have. I barely have time to watch my friends. I don't have time to watch everybody else's.
I had to go actually read it. There was no YouTube videos about it that I'm aware of. Okay, so here's what's happening. Robert Kaufman is having financial problems to the point that if someone didn't step in to help them, they were going to go bankrupt. And it probably has to do with the fact that there's tariffs and everything else has hurt them more than they can afford. So what company do you think reached out to help them so now has seats on the board that would be a problem for Kimberly Jolly? That's a big quilting company too.
Missouri Star?
Yes. They now own whatever. Yeah, they stepped up to help Robert Kaufman, and from what I read, most of what was said, they I guess it merged with them or something, and so they keeping them from losing their company. They still have a say about their company, but there is Missouri Star people on the board now. And so I guess because Missouri Star is helping them, I guess Kimberly didn't like that. So she's not going to sell any of the fabric anymore.
Oh.
They really don't understand what the big deal is, but okay.
That's kind of, they're struggling, so I'm not going to support them anymore.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. You're not going to support them because another company decided to step up and help? I think that's kind of childish.
I hope that's not the reason. I hope there is another reason.
She said, go on Google and look it up, is what she said. And when I found it, I'm like, oh, so it must be that reason.
Yeah. Yes.
Sad.
Yeah.
Is it possible that now that Missouri Star, maybe they're more of a direct competitor now?
Maybe that's
they've always been a competitor, in my opinion. I think they're a lot bigger than Fat Quarter Shop. Don't you think so?
Yeah, but I don't know if they always were.
Yeah, I don't know how long they've been bigger than Fat Quarter Shop. I love shopping with Missouri Star, but there are times it's cheaper for me to shop for fabric from Fat Quarter Shop versus Missouri Star.
Yeah.
But in November, Missouri Star puts lots of boutiques on sale, and that's when I hop on a lot of fabric. I was surprised by the reaction about it,
Yeah, I'll have to do some reading about that. I hadn't heard about that.
Well, I hadn't either. I didn't know they were having trouble. I knew that some people were going to be feeling the pain. I mean, I'm going to be feeling the pain every time I try to buy fabric.
That is the one thing about I don't have to buy any fabric.
Yeah. Yep. I'm trying my best not to buy fabric because the fabric that I'm not trying to hoard fabric.
Yeah, I'm too late for me.
And no shade to anyone. It just makes me anxious to have a lot of stuff.
Oh, I've definitely been here
late.
envying what's behind you, Chaunda, for sure.
Yeah.
Like, yes. Wow, you have your own shop back there.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like I'll see stuff and I'll be like, then what I'll do is I'll have to go and look at because I'll be like, I have something. It's a different collection, but it's the same color palette. There'd be no difference between what I could buy and what I already own. And so I have to like make myself not buy anything. And normally something has to be pretty special for me to pull that trigger.
Yeah.
Yeah.
When I first started watching Shaunda's channel, though, that was in the days when you're in a different room.
I was.
But you'll always talk about the sales.
Yes.
And this place is selling for this price and so on. And so a large portion of my stash.
I'm so sorry.
You're an enabler.
I'm so sorry.
But then after a while, I started feeling like, okay, so this has changed from a love for quilting to a love for fabric. So,
yes, they are two separate hobbies.
So I had to say, okay, I have to choose one.
Look at that hobby.
So two separate hobbies means two separate budgets, though, right?
No, unfortunately not.
Oh, exactly.
I wish.
One of which I don't have the budget for.
Leanna says, listen, Katie, just be you. Don't change for others. You are a special person and own it. Everyone else can scroll past. You are a beautiful person in and out. Don't forget that. Thank you, Leanna. Then Jean's, I don't know if it's Jean or Jeannie. You're going to have to correct me on your name. She says competition when I was talking about Fat Quarter Shop. And Michelle says, I agree, Leanna, on her comment. Why support MSQ with Kona? Do they own something in Kona also?
Yeah, Robert Kaufman owns Kona.
Oh, that's right. They do. So now they'll have their yeah. And I don't see anything wrong with any of this. I think it's silly to cut your arms off because you don't like someone else stepping in to help. Because that's what she's doing. She's basically going to cut off income that she would, have been having from.
Because most people don't pay attention to that, and they'd still go to her.
Yeah,
site to buy it. I think
if she hadn't have brought it up, I bet you most of us wouldn't have even been aware of it. Because we don't go through Google looking up things like that.
Yeah.
I mean, you would have to know. You'd have to say, okay, what is she talking about? Let's go Google. Because she said, go Google it if you want to know. And I'm like, that's what she's talking about? And then Leanna says, I'm sure I touch my face and probably pick at my pajamas and bra. I don't care. I just quilt and enjoy my. Yeah, you see me doing this a lot. Yeah, slopes. I am so jealous of some women because they have straight shoulders. I have sloped ones. Always my bra strap falls down.
I'm just like, if you have nothing good to say, move along.
Yeah,
that's the thing right there, Janice.
Not the service you're paying for, so
yeah,
I don't have to say something snide.
Yeah, it's like people have become entitled to say whatever they want, whether they, and not care that you might catch someone on a day when they're, and having a bad day, and you say something mean. I know when I saw it, I'm like, maybe I should stop doing. That was the first thing that happened. Defense mode, which I had, got to grow thicker skin. I know that, but and I'm getting better about it. But I don't have this. I rarely have a complaint anyway. And when that happened, I'm like, why? But
I mean, you got to consider, like, it's like your parents tell you like nobody's gonna like you. Not everyone's not gonna like you, and if everyone does, then there's probably something wrong with you. That there are going to be people that don't like certain aspects of you or your personality or the way you look. And that's just normal. But I feel like with YouTube, because you're so close with your audience that it develops like this parasocial relationship develops where people feel like they know you and that they can just say things that they wouldn't say to like like not a normal person, but like somebody they see on TV,
Yep.
Yeah, we're definitely not. Yes. We're not some famous person. You can say stuff like that too.
Yeah, but I
But that's the
remember.
thing, they wouldn't say it to the famous person though.
Right.
That's the thing. They feel
Yes.
more comfortable saying disrespectful things to you or I or someone on YouTube than they would ever feel saying to someone that's like on HBO or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's weird.
Also,
It's
there
so
are a
weird to
lot of
me.
people unhappy with themselves that
Yes,
spread that misery.
They got to come and break you down with them.
Yeah.
definitely that.
Michelle says, I definitely have both hobbies. I don't have the budget either. Laugh out loud. Let me see here. Isn't Robert Kaufman a fabric maker and supplier? Does FQS make fabric? I thought they are retail. They don't make fabric. They're a retailer. And Robert Kaufman, as far as I know, they either buy it and what do they do? Process it at, buy these long things. They make
Well, they're
bolts.
probably they probably think they can't compete, right? Because if Missouri Star owns Robert Kaufman, then they are no longer paying the same price as a wholesaler would have to pay. Right. So if I'm a wholesaler and I'm going to buy Robert Kaufman fabric, then there's a price that I'm going to pay to get that fabric and then I sell it to someone else. But if you own the line, you don't have that in the same way. So maybe they just kind of feel like, just let them have Robert Kaufman. It might not be anything malicious. It might be something like that,
But I don't know. I don't know that would behoove Missouri Star to do that though, because that then cheapens Robert Kaufman if they're the only ones buying it because they get it cheaper. Yeah. Unless they're going to start saying they are manufacturing it.
I think they would still sell it for the same market price, but they're going to have a larger profit margin on it.
That doesn't seem fair.
I can't imagine them trying. I mean, I don't know everything about Missouri Star, but I can't imagine them, especially since they're Christians, exploiting it further. But
no, it's not an exploitation thing. It's just that, like, if I were to sell my stash, right? Like, I've already bought it, I already own it. So even if I sell it at market price, right? I'm gonna make more money than somebody who bought it today.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I don't know. It could be. I mean, it could be anything. I think the folks over at Fat Quarter Shop are pretty religious too. I think they come off that way. Like, they're really into, like, family values and Christian values. They operate with a lot of integrity. It's one of the reasons why I like Fat Quarter Shop. I think they just have a lot of integrity in what they do. So I doubt it's like malicious, but I mean, and plus everybody's trying to stay alive right now. Everybody's trying to, and so they might have just, and it might be that they don't sell as much of that.
Yeah, so it makes even less sense now. Yeah.
They said they tend to do a lot more Moda, Riley Blake. Like, Kaufman doesn't seem to be one of their larger sellers because you never see it in their kits. Like, when they put a kit together, it's never Robert Kaufman. It's always like Moda or Riley Blake or Art Gallery Fabrics. I seldom see a kit at Fat Quarter Shop that features Robert Kaufman fabrics.
Yeah.
Oh boy, Ingrid says we went on 2 shop hops during the retreat, and she bought lots of fabric. I'm supporting the local quilt shops there.
Absolutely, you're doing a public service.
Love that. Ingrid, when you get home, I can't wait to see all the fabric you bought.
So, while we're having all these little chit chats about businesses and stuff, there's a YouTube creator, and this is an off-topic thing. It's nothing to do with fabric, but everything to do with Greenland. Someone sent me a link because he was live watching. Y'all, it's funny. It makes me smile, kind of. So he was filming the first landing of the United Airlines in Nuuk, because flights have started between us and the United States. And so you see that 737 MAX, which is only 2 years old, sitting on the tarmac. And lo and behold, what comes flying in but Air Greenland's A330 Neo. So when it pulled up next to the United Airlines jet, it made United, that 737, look like a midget. What I was going to ask you guys, if y'all are interested, tell me in the chat. If you're interested in going over from time to time to look at his videos of what's landing in and out of Nuke right now, because there's lots of activity happening in this country right now, and he's been filming whatever comes through Nuke. So the live I watched today, we had our Dash 8s coming in and out. The helicopter was coming in and out. United Airlines was there again. Then something called a something bombardier, which belongs to Denmark. And I need to look up the name of that one to find out exactly what it does. And then they didn't land in Nuke, but they buzzed Nuke twice. There was 2 F-16s flying in tandem with some kind of bombing bombing jet that also fuels those F-16s. And they've been up and down Greenland over the last week with that jet, so that because they're doing maneuvers over Greenland. So on his video he did today, that's been up, on the site, you can see those jets. So are y'all interested in me to link to, if you want to, when you're not doing anything, go and sit and watch a plane land? I don't know. It's a really big thing for Greenland right now. Because I can post it over on my community tab. Kaufman Warehouse and Offices moving from LA to Tennessee. Currently lots of shipping delays. Wow. I did not know that, Arlie. Bella Solid's not confetti. Kimberly loves her confetti cotton. That was said by Lisa. Regina says, what was the chat saying when Kimberly made that statement? I was watching the live from the TV, so I don't know. I had the chat turned off because I wanted to see what she was showing us, and the chat like part of the screen. She was showing some she was showing quilts that she finished, and she was also showing how to do something, and I like to see the whole thing and not have interruption of chat, because I watch all of her stuff on my TV, not on my laptop. Hey, Andrea. I see her name's missing off from Mama J Enterprises. I don't know what YouTube's doing, but YouTube keeps switching people's names around and stuff, or putting numbers on the end of their names.
They change up so much stuff all the time.
I know, and they don't tell anybody they're doing it and why they're doing it. Must be maybe they're testing some new thing they're using. That's not very straight. Put it straight on the other end. That makes no sense. Oh, I crack myself up sometimes.
I'm trying to square up this quilt.
Okay.
And
I'm also going to be at the iron for a couple minutes.
Whew. It's giving me a hard time.
Do you find squaring up the hardest thing to do? Because I do.
It is hard.
It's one
it is
thing.
hard, and
I
don't want to.
I don't know which is harder, making the sandwich or squaring it up.
By the time I get to the squaring up, I'm so over it.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
I just want it to be done.
Janice, are you going to make any trips to Jamaica this summer?
No, absolutely not. Jamaica is in its political season right now.
Oh yeah, steer clear.
And I would rather not.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. It's almost as volatile as here.
Somehow that just doesn't surprise me.
For a country that's just a dot on the map.
Janice, how did your son enjoy his prom?
Oh, he had a fantastic time.
Yay.
I barely even remember it. He had a fantastic time. He was all swagger.
Yeah. Photographs?
What's that?
Oh, I know she took plenty of photographs because she told us that night.
We did. He didn't take many. Thankfully, he has.
They never do.
Thankfully, he has teachers that, know his mama needs a picture or two.
Was it senior prom or junior prom?
Junior.
Junior.
Yeah. They're at this weird age where they don't want too much fuss.
Yeah.
Everything embarrasses them.
I think it's harder on. I think the boys take it more. I don't know than the girls do. Although my girls, I don't know. I don't think any of mine act like they were embarrassed about things, especially me.
Yeah.
But,
my daughter has not been. But
But I don't think I also don't think that any of them went to prom. But they had a choice to go. But I don't know. With Thomas and Kristen, things that because isn't the prom in the spring, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Prom's in the spring, homecoming's in the fall. Yeah.
And that would have meant that Thomas was a senior, Kristen was a junior, and they just lost their dad in the fall of her junior year. So neither one of them were feeling anything but pain. So they didn't even bother.
That is understandable.
Yeah, it is.
They did when he did what he did. I was sent about 2 weeks after he passed. I sent him to school, and they came back, and Kristen was crying. She says, "Mom, I am not going to school. I refuse to go to school." And Thomas says, "I'm joining her on this. We can't." And I'm like, "Okay, but sit down and tell me what's going on." And when they told me, like, oh my God. So what was happening is, Lake City's population, I think, is back then was probably around 200,000 maybe, and that school houses 3,000 students, I think. And when someone's life ends the way my husband's did, it's all over the newspapers and stuff. And so what was happening was they were going through the same thing I was going through. I never been so tired of hearing the word "I'm sorry" like I did right after that. Because everywhere I went, people stopped me. And what was happening to them was when they were going to school, instead of the kids just letting them go through their day with no interaction about it, every one of them were stopping both of them. And it was causing more trauma. So they wouldn't go to school. And, she's 17 and he's 18. What are you going to do? You're not going to beat the tar out of them and make them go. And so they missed all of November and all of January, and right at the end, almost all of October, all of November, and about the end of November, I had cops on my doorstep. we need to talk about your children's delinquency from school. And I'm like, well, we can talk about it, but you're not gonna be able to do a darn thing about it. And I told him, I said, if you knew anything about us, you would know that their daddy harmed himself. And they're like, oh, because they didn't bother to check. See why two students who never missed school was suddenly not going to school. And all they had to do was talk to the school, because the school was aware why they weren't coming to school.
So how did they find out? The school would have had to make a report.
Right. That's what I said. The school would have had to be the ones to tell them.
The one, I guess, whoever runs the absences and stuff.
Yes, the social worker at the school.
Yeah, and so apparently the social worker wasn't in communication with the office, the front office, where I was calling and saying my children are going to come to school for this amount of time, and why, and they're like, okay, so yeah, it was insane. And I'm like, so you're going to arrest me because my children are suffering? You want to cause
17 and 18
doing it,
right? I thought at 16, like, they really couldn't do much about that.
Yeah.
And so they apologized and they left, and I never saw them again. And Thomas ended up completely quitting school. In January, he absolutely would not go back to school. Kristen, on the other hand, she picked up her bootstraps, got her butt in gear, and went back to school. Got caught up on what she missed out on, continued on with her band and everything else, and she was fine after that. Andrea says, Shannon, what is the quilt behind you?
Oh, so the top one was the January 12 minis and 12 months from a couple of years ago. And it's traditionally pieced. And then I wanted to make it FPP. So I redid the pattern in foundation paper piecing, and that's the bottom one. So it's two separate ones. Thanks for asking.
I want to do some FPP. I've done a block or two, but that's about it.
I'm getting where I enjoy doing it.
Chaunda, I'm addicted. Anytime. Let's do it together.
I still have.
I have a couple of patterns that I've seen, and I'm like, yeah, that I want to do that.
Still have the vortex to complete.
Yeah, I should get back to.
I haven't even touched my legit kit.
I enjoyed it while I was doing it. It's just that I was using fabric from my stash, and then I ran out of one and had to go hunting it down.
Yeah.
And then I moved, and it got packed away, and I've not looked at it since.
Life gets you.
Yeah.
Yes, it does. I'm almost got this binding press. Just a few more inches, and then I can come back to the screen.
Okay. I'm just sewing my pieces together, the binding strips together.
Yeah,
It's Aki mushroom.
And hopefully, I always think I'm doing it wrong. So we'll see.
I always do my binding wrong, especially attaching it. So I have to keep this like permanent piece here next to my sewing machine. Because like I get the strips right, but then it's like when I'm, when it's all attached on and you're having to put it together, like when you've done the one side and then you need to do the strips, I get that wrong every single time. So I had to like create something with arrows that's already sewn and keep it next to my sewing machine so that I do it right.
That's smart.
That's actually a great idea. That's what I need to do, because y'all are going to watch me struggle with that very problem. It's like my angle challenging also causes trouble doing that.
But that's what upsets me is that normally I'm not angly challenged. Like I'm normally pretty good with the angles. But when I attach that binding, I get it wrong every single time. And sometimes I get it wrong twice.
Yes, that has
Sandy
happened.
says that's a helpful tip, Chaunda. That is actually
Thank
a
you.
great idea.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay.
It was the only way. Because I tend to, use small stitches when I do that. And so trying to pull out 1.5 length
Yes.
stitches,
Yeah.
and then, it starts tearing up your fabric.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
You guys think that this is too wide where I left the batting like a can you I know you can't see that because it's white, but right here on the edge like a quarter of an inch of batting, is that too much?
That looks like more than a quarter of an inch, but I can't tell.
Like, yeah, what's fabric, what's batting? I can't
I mean, I
tell.
can tell what's fabric and what's batting, but I can't tell how big that is.
Oh, okay.
Maybe I should make it thinner.
You could probably put your binding strip on, not sew it, but just hold it up there and fold it over and make sure that, because it doesn't really matter. A lot of people leave that extra edge so that their binding is fuller.
Mhm.
They like that fuller binding, so they leave a little bit of that batting on purpose.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking, is to give a better binding, because one of the things I've been seeing is they say you should not have like a loose gap in your binding. And sometimes people will use batting to take that fullness so you don't have that, because it creates friction if there's looseness there.
Yep, I've heard that too, Katie.
And so that's why I didn't trim it right against the fabric. I just wondered if it was too much. But let me try what you suggested.
If it's a quarter inch, it should be fine. I just can't tell. I can't see the measurement.
Let me pin this horizontal and let me fold it over and see what happens.
I so rarely get to the binding experience that I don't know. I couldn't tell you how I did it. Any number of times that I've done
it. I make the quilt top, and then that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
These are the parts that you have to just push through.
Yeah.
It's like you got to get it done. You can't leave it undone forever.
Yeah.
The binding is satisfying because you're at the end. It's just getting there that takes forever.
It's the basting for me.
Yeah.
It's the basting for me. I don't like putting the layers together at all. And it's the part I hate the most.
I'm obsessed with, like, it has to be so perfect when I'm putting the sandwich together, and it drives me insane.
I don't care about it being perfect, but just my fat ass crawling on the floor does not work. My knees, like it's a lot. If I feel like I worked out.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm sweating. I'm like, what is this?
Yes, that part. The floor part. But I've been glue basting with the Elmer's glue, and I love it. I find it so quick and convenient.
Yeah.
And I can't do the 505 spray because of my asthma.
Yep.
So yeah.
I love me some 505. I don't have any allergies, and I use the mess out of that stuff.
Oh.
Because of me being so anal about it being perfect. I love the 505 because I can just pull it apart, redo it, and it still sticks.
Yeah, it does.
Some of us can't do that though because we have bad lungs.
Yep.
That's why I don't use starch, because of my lungs. Well, that's one of the reasons. The other is I can't bite here. So.
And I've also been experimenting with this flip out method here. No binding.
Oh yeah, the birthing.
Birthing, yes. And
there's another one that doesn't do a bind. It flange. I've never done it before, but someone was talking. I need to watch a video on how to do the
Yeah.
flange.
I've watched it and I was like, no,
really?
no. I mean, not for difficulty, but it was just like, I don't have the bandwidth to learn something new right now.
That's why I haven't watched a video on it. I'm like, I'll get to it.
yeah. Regina says use the wall. That's what I'm doing right now, based on the wall, no hurt knees.
Yes. And that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm supposed to be basting on a wall, but my quilt wall has a quilt on it.
Oh.
It's been up there for a year.
Yeah. I'm glad you're back to quilting though.
I know. I as much as I think I burnt myself out because I was doing it so much. It was like almost like a full-time job, how much time I was spending. And then I realized at some point that I didn't like it anymore. And I didn't like it anymore because I just spent too much time doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I lost the balance.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like I did two. But then I started sewing again, but I just couldn't turn the camera on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not ready to turn the camera on. So thanks, Katie, for this.
You're welcome, and thank you for saying yes to it. I enjoy our getting together like this.
Yes.
And I feel like by me hosting it, it gives you a chance to actually relax and not have to worry about all the technology and stuff.
Yeah.
I'm pretty productive when we do these.
Yes.
No.
Me too. Me
That's
too.
That's a good thing, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
And my thing is I don't like sewing by myself.
Well, I think that was part of the problem why I got burnt out is because I pretty much exclusively sew by myself. And that's why it became, that's why I got burnt out because it was just me sewing by myself. I was isolated.
Yeah.
And it started to wear on me without me even realizing it. I was self-isolating without realizing.
Mm-hmm.
It can be such a solitary hobby.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah. Okay, I trimmed a little bit more off, not all of it though, because I wanted a little fullness there. And we'll see if that doesn't work better. Okay, so I need to sew it on the back because I'm going to fold it over on the front. Okay.
Are you going to tack it down with a decorative stitch or just a straight stitch?
Just a straight stitch. And since I'm using the Dove, you're probably not even going to see the stitching. Oh, I guess you don't know what the back looks like. The binding I'm using is just like what's on the back.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So it's going to really make the binding will make the front pop, but you won't. I'm going to try to keep it to the edge. I'm still not really good at binding yet, and this is not going to someone, and it's a small little cute little quilt. It's a good way to practice because only me will see the mistakes, no one else. But I'm getting better at it. There is a foot on my Janome that I want to test out, but I'm not going to do it on the live because I really need to get me some scrap fabric and put make a binding to go on it. Y'all have Chaunda and Janice is sewed with her. Her name is you remember the other young lady that you sewed with? That's a person of color.
Is it the lady from Australia, Karen?
No, she's from
Stephanie.
No, it wasn't Stephanie. Darn it.
Memoirs of
No, it wasn't Steph. It was the other girl. She's a teacher too. She sat on the live with us one night. Remember, she's a school teacher, but she's also got her own quilting thing going on. The young one.
You're sure it's not the lady from Australia? Quilty, crafty quilty designs or something like that?
Is she? I think she lives in Australia. I don't think so.
You're asking the wrong person. I've got the worst memory on earth.
Anyway, now I forgot what I was going to say because I got sidetracked. Oh no!
God, I can hear the thunder. Sheesh.
I just went through it's crazy, the thunderstorm we just went through just now.
Our planet.
I guess it's on its way to here.
Yeah.
Are they going to have any kind of warnings with it, or is it just thunderstorm watch?
And
it's just regular storm.
It was just quick, and then it passed, and now the sun is shining.
Yeah, North Carolina, the thunderstorms, like, it's like Miami. If you've been to Miami, like how they'll have the storm out of nowhere and it'll downpour, thunder, lightning, and then an hour later it's like nothing happened.
Yeah.
Yep.
Or you could just, living in Florida is hilarious when it comes to weather. It'll be raining across the street and it'll be sunshiny and dry on the other side of the street.
And that's how it is here, because I think Janice and I probably only live about 30 minutes apart.
Yeah.
And the storm that delayed her is like just now finally about to get to me.
Oh yeah.
The power even went. When we came in, we realized that the power had gone off.
Are you in a spot that usually has power go out, or does it have to be a pretty good storm?
This is a new thing.
Oh.
It's a new thing. The other day we had no power for an entire night.
Oh, no fun.
Nope, no fun.
Was that because of bad weather, or it was an outage?
It was a storm came through and it was very windy, and then some trees fell over.
Oh yeah.
And yeah.
You know, our country really needs to think about burying all their electric lines. It would stop costing them billions if they did. I know it's a big expense to start with, but think of it. How many billions of dollars a year from storms that take down power lines? I know that there's the risk of people cutting the line by accident, so I don't know if that outweighs everything or not.
I think in North Carolina there's a water table thing too.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, because in North Carolina, you guys don't have a lot of basements and stuff, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Very rare.
Yeah.
Wait, do I want to do it with this? No, I need my walking foot on here. Oops. I can't be doing this without the walking foot. Otherwise, it's going to be a struggle. I just realized I got the wrong foot on here. Okay, where's mine?
I should have used a little bit more. I should have used some starch when I pressed these.
I was kind of hoping that John from Alibaba would be in here. I wanted him to see this antique iron. Denise says, I thought the binding was cut even with the front and the back fabrics. Then you bind it. Then your binding is cut so you make 2 folds. Well, I have it folded already. I pressed it in half, and so and then when it folds over, but I wanted a little more fullness in my binding, so I left a little bit of the edge on it. I'm testing a theory. Put it that way. It'll either work or it won't, and I'll have to improvise. Right now I need to find my sewing machine.
Okay, this is not working.
Yeah, you know, I can have issues over here.
Oh, shoot.
More than one thing. Yeah, it'll. Yeah, most people. Oh, some people will cut it where the batting is even with the raw edge, and other people leave a little bit of an outcrop so that they can make their binding feel fuller. And I'm testing that theory because when I do my binding, and like when you, if I'm not putting a quilt in a show, but I'm trying to learn how to be better at doing it so that it is correct. Because if you have, so I'm gonna put this bind. I'm gonna show you something here on the camera. Um, when you fold it after you've sewn it on, some bindings, like I have one where my binding, when you feel along the folded edge here, you can feel that there's looseness inside. It's not totally snug against the quilt. Now you're thinking, well, what difference does that make? Well, if there's looseness inside this fold in between the quilt and your binding, there's friction will happen here. And over time, it may take 50 years, but at some point, this binding will break down faster than the rest of the quilt. So if you have this full and tight like it's supposed to be, then there's that friction's not there. And that's from a judge who does judging on quilts, and she explained about why you shouldn't have this looseness in your binding.
There goes the rain.
Does anyone save?
Oh my God, I can't believe I just did
Oh,
that.
Absolutely not.
When I first started, I was like, I'm going to save everything and I'm going to create. And now I'm like, nope.
Absolutely not. I do not keep that. Absolutely not.
I don't either.
You don't keep what?
The little cutoffs from the binding.
Oh, yeah. I use it for scrap or use leaders in my sewing machine. So that's what I in my sewing machine foot tops.
I wish I did have somebody to give my scraps to, because like I don't do any scrap quilting. I don't enjoy it as much as some people do.
Me,
I wish I did.
You can send it my way. I love using scraps.
All right, Katie, I'll save them for you.
I love scrappy quilts.
I got a little baggie right here from two quilts that I've put together or putting together.
Awesome.
Like if it's a whole, like I initially I tried, like I would take it and I would cut it into like 2.5-inch strips or 2.5-inch squares or 10-inch squares. I'd cut them into pre-cuts.
Yeah.
But then I was like, I don't really want to do that because then I've got to have a management system for them. And then I've got to figure out, like, it's not for me.
Yeah. Same. It's not for me either. And
besides, once I finish a quilt, I don't really want to see the fabric anymore.
Yeah.
Yes, same.
All right. I finished my first top 2 little butterfly wings.
Oh, cute.
Put them together.
Oh, nice. Those are cute.
They're so tiny.
Is that like an ombre?
So I used, it was a 2-inch strip that is ombre. So I just cut down the length of the strip so that it would ombre out.
Okay.
So yay. We'll put these 2 together and then I gotta do the bottom wings.
And that's FPP that you're doing, Shannon?
Yes. Yep.
So,
12 pieces of fabric, but only 5 different colors.
Okay.
I love FPP, but when you're doing those triangles and they're like bent this way to sew, but then they go that way.
When you flip the
When I
fabric
flip up, it's like
yeah,
my brain.
it's topsy-turvy. And it will take me a little bit. If I'm doing a traditionally pieced block, it'll take me a little bit to figure out, how does this go together again?
Yes. Yeah, your brain it's like your brain has to adjust.
Yeah.
Okay. I know it seems like I'm a bit disorganized today. Sorry, guys.
You're fine.
I moved a bunch of stuff around in here and didn't think about when I moved it to try to remember where the heck I put it. Okay. Because I have to take this part to put my walking foot on. Got to take the shank off. All right, now the fun part's getting this one on.
I've heard that the Janome walking foot is really good and that it fits the Juki. So I've been thinking about getting the Janome walking foot instead of the Janome one that came with the machine, because everybody complains about that one.
It is a good foot. It's just you know what, getting it on.
Oh.
Because there's there on the back of this walking foot here. Let me show you what I'm talking about. There's this little
the lever.
Hang on, yeah. Let me spotlight this other camera, and then I can put it up close to the camera so you can see what I'm talking about. There's this little piece right here.
Mm-hmm.
Goes up on this bar that's up behind the part where you lift up the foot.
Oh, okay.
Then you have this part that goes behind the screw that you tighten up to hold it all in place. Because with this one, you have to take the whole shank off, and then you mount this whole piece onto the Janome.
Oh. Oh, wow.
So you might want to see if your Juki looks like the back of a Janome.
Yeah. That might not be the foot they were talking about.
Because because I can't exactly show you the bar I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even think my laptop can pick up on the bar I'm talking about that's on the back of because you have the handle here, and I can actually lift the foot up higher, but there's a bar down here,
yeah,
right below the lever that you got to attach part of this foot to.
Oh, wow.
And that's the part that I have trouble with, because you got to get it to slide in while you're sliding the rest of it onto the screw at the same time, or you're not going to get it to go on properly. And
it's to join at the same time.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a pain in the because I can't like twist my head around the back side of the machine at the same time I'm trying to put all the stuff on it. Ah, there it goes. Now I got it in place. But you have to play with it a little bit. And
mine goes on. I don't have any trouble with mine, Katie.
Yeah, I don't know why. Sometimes some things just tease me. I don't know what to say. But it's on. I'm getting better. I'm getting it on. The first time I tried to get it on, do you know how long it took? And I did it on the live because I was going to do binding, and I almost decided not to do anything. And a couple of people was like, no, because what they had me do is take the laptop and point it straight at what I was doing on the back of the machine. And then they're like, do this, but go slow and breathe. And before long, I had it on there. And now I'm getting where I just got it on in 5 minutes? This machine came with 2 of them. This is the other one, but this is for the HP side of the machine. So, but it's skinny.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because we've got
And
the same, not the same machine, but we both got the Janome with the integrated walking
yeah,
foot.
yeah.
But I don't have any, mine just, a minute maybe.
Yeah, it's just because I'm still getting familiar with this type of machine too. I mean, I've sewn on a Singer my whole life, and this is fancy,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
fancy stuff.
I hated my Singer, absolutely hated that machine. I don't think
Oh,
it's Singer's fault. I think it was just the machine. I
yeah, I
hated
have talent.
it.
That I agree with you. My mother had the best ever Singer. I loved sewing on hers. I go and buy that little Singer talent, and it's a pain, such pain.
And
Okay,
I was so upset because it was like an upgrade because it was like the second machine I ever bought. So my
mm-hmm.
first machine was like, a little $100 brother I got from Walmart because I didn't know if I was gonna like this or not. And then when I did, I was like, okay, I'm gonna upgrade. I didn't have the money. I was pretty, I didn't have a lot of money, but I think it was HSN or QVC, one of those, and I could split it up into payments. And so I bought the Singer, and I hated that machine. It gave me problem. Like I couldn't just sew. Every time I sat down, it was like something didn't work, something was breaking, like something was bunching, the tension was off, and I'm like, I had $100 brother that gave me no problem. So this is not me. This is the machine.
That's why I like my brother.
Yeah, I love that little brother, that little, I think it's the CS6000i. And it's the machine I recommend to anybody new that doesn't know if they want to do this or not. Just start with that little one right there.
Now I bought a little Janome gym that's at my daughter's house in California, and that one is okay. It didn't give me any grief.
Yeah.
It's tiny though.
Yeah, it is a little tiny thing.
And I think I paid $200 for it or something. It wasn't cheap. I just knew I didn't want to buy a Singer because I didn't want to be hassled by it. If it was a more expensive Singer that I could actually have afforded to buy, I would have done that. But I didn't have enough funds for that. And I didn't want it sitting there getting unused for however long. 200 is easier to sink into it than never that when I come over there,
Yeah, absolutely.
I need to buy a second machine, but we've had to kind of postpone it. Economic stuff going on. Now here comes the thing.
I have 4 machines,
I only have
but I only
2.
use the one.
Well, I have this Singer over here.
Which Singer do you have?
It's a 1591.
Oh,
Okay.
it's cute. I want
That
a
is cute.
featherweight, but I can't find one.
Yeah, I got it at a thrift store for $30-something.
Nice.
Ew.
You can't beat that.
Yep,
No,
and
you can't.
it works perfectly. I used it for my FPP when I was doing the Vortex,
Yeah.
and yeah, it works really well. I call it Ebony.
Good name.
And then I have this little brother which I love.
I was thinking about buying either until I can actually buy, because what I'm going to do is invest in an M8 at some point. But in the meantime, I thought about buying either a brother with a little bit more substantiality to it, or a FAF. One of the two. Because
I wanted a FAF.
I could get one of those, either one of those for 5,000 kroners or less, and be okay with that.
When I was shopping, when I replaced the Singer, I really had I had my heart set on a FAF. That made me not get it, but I ended up with the Janome, and I was happy with that.
Yeah, I I have no regrets of buying this Janome. I mean, Nikolai, when I went, I went to Denmark to pick up Nora actually, and I went to meet this, go to one of these shops that was selling sewing machines, and I originally was going to buy a Bernina because everybody's like, buy a Bernina, buy a Bernina. It's the best sewing machine. When I went into her shop, I told her what I was looking for, and she says, why do you want a Bernina? I said, because everybody's saying it's such a good machine, blah, 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 blah. And she says, well, yes, it's a good machine, but it also has its negatives. And she explained the negatives, quite a few of them. Then she showed me this one, and she sat me down and she put some fabric in it. And the minute the stitches was going down the fabric, I'm like, oh my God. It was the quietest thing I had ever seen, because that little singer talent that I had, it was so loud and so plasticky, you know. And she told me, she says, we're going to have this machine, this particular brand of machine on sale in December. So if you can wait till December, have my information from me so that when I contacted her, she would know it was me. And we worked out a pretty good deal on shipping and all that other stuff. And then I went home, talked to Nikolai about it, and he says, yeah, I'll buy it for you for Christmas. And he did. And we got it in January, but it sat on the dining table for 10 months because I was scared of it.
Oh no.
Thread the damn thing. And finally, one day I walked in the bedroom and I told him, I said, you know, this is really dumb. He says, what is? He says, that machine's, I told him, I said, that machine's sitting out there not getting used. And he's like, okay, because he wasn't going to dispute it. He agreed, but he wasn't going to tell me that. He didn't want me to feel pressured because he thinks I've had enough of that in my life. So I said, well, do you feel like helping me? What you want to do? Let's move it into the craft room. And moved it into the craft room, and we took the little finger and put it under the table, and I never touched it again until we did the sewing challenge. That was the first time it had been out and being used since I bought this machine. So I've been sewing on it 5 years or 4 years, but I've actually owned it for 5. And I don't want to go back. I love it.
Michelle the Quilter says, I'm interested in the airport video link, Katie.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I asked them, no one said anything.
Yes. And then Prep for Eternity is asking, Chaunda, what are you using now? She said she just bought a Juki and she loves it.
Oh, I love my Jukis. I'm a Juki girl for sure.
But your Juki don't sound loud like Tiffany's and Kimberly's does. Is there a reason why?
Well, I know that Zoom is really good at quieting things. Maybe that's doing it.
So does it sound loud to you when you're actually sewing then?
The sewing doesn't, the cutting. the sound of the thread cutter is so loud.
Because what gets on me is I'm like, you need hearing earplugs, because that high shrill sound I hear both Tiff's and Kimberly's machine making.
Oh, I don't think it makes a high shrill sound. No, not
No.
this one. The
And that's what I was wondering
TL18.
about. Yeah, I was wondering if yours made that noise, because Kimberly's and Tiffany's does.
Yeah.
I have a
Only thing I
Juki
would want-
TL2000, but it doesn't have the thread cutter. It's just the base model.
Yeah.
I basically got it as a backup because my normal machine, my Janome, was giving me problems, and we were in the middle of the pandemic, and I couldn't get it serviced, and I could not sew during that time. I would have went crazy.
Mm-hmm.
So I got a Juki, the Juki TL2000 as a backup.
Now the GB one you're talking about, I've seen some people using on lives, and those don't sound loud. It's just that's what Shannon's using on seems loud to me. Now your machine, I can't even hear it because, like you said, Zoom.
Prepped for eternity. I sew on a Janome 9480.
Which that's a memory craft, right?
Yes, it's the Horizon Memory Craft 9480.
Yeah. So her machine and my machine is in the same memory craft.
I ended up with this machine when I dropped my other one. Still hurts my feelings.
Dropped it. Oh no.
Dropped it. I was on my way to retreat and I had it in its carrying case, which has wheels on it. And not thinking, I put it in the trunk. And then I had to open the trunk to get something out. And it just rolled onto the pavement. And that was it. It was a wrap.
Oh my gosh.
I remember when that happened.
I was so hurt.
To each other.
Oh, I can imagine it was like slow motion.
Yes.
It was, yeah. And it was nothing I could do. It was like, I felt like I was on a commercial, like,
oh no.
Very expensive.
And honestly, I wish I ended up buying an upgraded machine at QuiltCon, but honestly, I wish I had just paid less money and bought the same exact model because I don't need this. And that's one thing that I've learned that I will tell people, you don't need all those bells and whistles. Those expensive machines have features that you are never going to use. If you're just a quilter and you're just making quilts, you don't need all of that. You don't need all the bells and whistles. You don't.
That's what I like about the Juki that I have. It's mechanical. There's no like crazy stitches or anything. And it has, because I like to do bags, it has the little extra lift, which that I do want, that I was willing to pay for so I could get over the extra fabric. But all the other things, like I've never used a stitch that made a flower on anything I've ever quilted.
No, we don't need it. And it's like the main thing that's helpful is the larger bed, right? Having that larger bed does help, but I could have gotten that on the cheaper model that I broke. So that is my one regret, is that I wish I could have saved myself $2,000 by just buying the same model that I already had.
What was the original one?
I think it was like a 60.
But it is 65 or 60 some upstairs.
I feel like it was a 6600 or something like that.
Like this one.
Yeah.
This one has some. The biggest thing I like about, there's two things I like about this, how quiet it is. One, when you have your foot up, you accidentally hit your foot on the foot pedal, your needle doesn't go down. It keeps it up until you drop the foot. The other thing I like about it is it has a little button to cut the thread, and those two things I love. Now there's other things that I haven't even tried to use. I mean, this came with 3 different plates and all kinds of other things, and eventually I do want to learn how to use the HP side of it. I just haven't had time with doing everything. Hey Jess. Hey Laura Sup. Those are new machines, but I have quite a few vintage machines, says Laura. Okay. Yes, you do. Laura says she has a Husqvarna. I bet I said that wrong. She has the diamond Husqvarna, and when she went to upgrade, it made sense because all the feet and hoops would work on it.
Yeah, Husqvarna, those are good machines too. Those are really good machines too.
And I think I've seen them over here being sold too. I should look into that because I just want a medium one, until I can actually afford the M8. I want the M8 because it has a stitch regulator on it for pre-motion quilting, and that'll come in handy for doing my own quilting because I can't buy a long arm because it makes no sense to buy a long arm.
Well, that was why I bought this machine, Katie, is that it has a stitch regulator that you can attach for free motion. And I can't figure that sucker out. So I need to go to the quilt shop and have them teach me how to use it, because
apparently
that's what I paid the extra money for, and I don't use it.
Well, apparently the stitch regulator is built into the M8.
Yes, it is. I can't afford that.
So pricey. It's pricey.
I can't afford. I'll probably never pay for that. I don't think I'd ever buy that. But
well, the price over here is a little bit better than over there in the United States. Like this machine, I paid $1,800 US for it. It costs $3,500 in the United States.
Oh wow!
Still, it's costing that now. Over here, the M8 I think is about 12,000. No, wait, hang on. I have to do the conversion, but it's still going to be way less than what the United States is selling it for.
I have two college age kids.
Yeah.
Right.
To me.
I don't have any kids in my house, so if this is the only expense I make, then I should not have to feel. I hope I don't feel guilty about it. But
don't absolutely.
I mean, because we don't have a car. I mean, we're going to buy a UTV at some point, but I don't have a car, so I don't have all of that expense going on. And really, the only expense we have here is our house mortgage. We're not in debt.
If I'm going to pony up 10 or 12 grand, I think that's what an M12 costs around here. I'm just gonna get the long arm.
Yeah.
I would not buy the M17 at all, or because I don't think that I would ever use the side of it, and that's why it's so expensive. And learn how to be a good quilter.
Yeah.
So that I don't have to send my quilt tops off to someone else.
I just quilt them on my domestic, which means they don't get quilted, which means they don't get finished.
I have syrup.
You're so seen.
I get that. So I get Chaunda.
How many quilt tops do you think you have, Chaunda?
Oh, Katie, I don't know.
I can tell you I have 20 now.
I don't think I have that many. Because last year I went through like a big thing where anything I started, I wanted to finish. I don't. It might have been the year. It was one year I went through like a big finishing thing, and I wanted to finish everything, but
it's just too painful for me to. I don't mean pain like physical pain in my brain. I think is what it is. I've done straight stitching on a couple of larger ones. I have no space to do it. I need like this enormous table where you can put all the weight of the quilt on the table and make sure that you have something in front of the machine to catch it so it don't end up on the floor pulling on it, And that's what my problem is. I don't have the space for it.
Yeah.
So I did look up during the pandemic, and I was looking for a sewing table to hold that Janome that I bought, because I had this little $100 table I had gotten from Walmart like years and years ago, and I was like, I need something sturdy, and I wanted a drop down.
Yeah.
But I was not paying $1,000 or $2,000 for some kind of table, and I didn't have the skills to build my own. So I went looking for some on the marketplace, and eventually I found one that this lady was selling for like $200. It didn't quite fit my machine, but I had my fiance like take a saw and make the cutout a little bit bigger. Because it's one of those well-made ones. I forget what there's a main brand name that they sell, and that's what it is. So I was like, it's gonna be fine with the weight. The machine was too big to fit in the cutout, and I got that. And it has the thing on the back, the fold down table at the back
that comes up.
Yes, thank you. So it has that, and so I can pull that up So I don't have to have it out. And then I have just a normal small table. And then when I want to quilt, then I can pull that leaf out, and then that holds the weight of the quilt. And then I ended up finding for $100, which I've never even taken out the box, but the little blocks that you can put on the table to keep the quilt from running off the side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I haven't used those, so I don't know how they work, but I saw them on sale and bought them.
That's actually great. I was thinking about because the quilt's getting on the keyboard. Okay, that's out of the way now. Let me see here. Hi, Terry. Welcome, welcome. Terry, did the what I posted for you guys to look at, did it make sense for you? If not, I can maybe make a video to explain it better if I need to. For the people who are going to do the challenge from their stash. And Terry says they have claws that hold up your quilt. I will try to find a link. Okay, that would be great. Hey, Gladys, welcome, welcome.
Oh, Jess is saying hi too. Hey, Jess.
He's here. Yeah. I had already said hi to her.
I'm missing out. I have the chat up to be paying attention, and I'm still not paying attention.
You're on tunnel vision.
Yeah.
Because you're relaxing. That's the whole idea. You know, you come sew with me,
True.
and I'll keep up with the chat. But
That's
I'm not
true.
doing a good job of it right this minute because I'm over doing this binding.
It's okay.
I think this bind, y'all look at this. Don't you think this is going to look, wait a minute. Let me find a spot where I can fold it over. Don't you think this is going to look super cute on the other side of this quilt like that? See
Yes.
that?
Yeah,
All the color.
that's
I like that. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's
that's gonna be perfect.
I have a chest of drawers in the craft room, and it has cotton yardage in it, and it's just like 1 yard pieces. Most of it's 1 yard, I think. And so I went in there. I'm like, what I want to put on the back of this raspberry kisses, and I'm like, this might work. So come out here, and I'm like, well, all the front of it's all colorful and stuff, so it should work just fine. This was, I saw, Chaunda, do you remember seeing this quilt at QuiltCon last year?
Absolutely not.
I don't remember.
It was in the vendor section, and it was a twin size when they had hanging up. And I saw
There's
that.
so many quilts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, the reason I brought it up is because I stopped and looked at it, and the lady says, "Looks like you like this one." I'm like, "I do," and I said, "Are you selling it?" She says, "It's a free pattern," and I'm like, "Really?" I said, "Can I use it in my YouTube channel as a sew along?" She says, "Sure you can." So we did it as a sew along at the beginning of last year.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah.
The mini, Terry, the mini is actually supposed to have 250 pieces, and that one's short by 6. 144. Yeah.
That first quilt that you held up, Katie, the one that you were gonna work on.
Magnolia.
Yeah, so there's a quilt pattern that I have that reminds me of that. It's called Las Cruces. It's one of my quilts that I want to make, and the block is very, very, very similar.
It's fun to make. Once you get all of the strips with the snowballing and everything done on them, it goes to, and this one has an open seam. You start out with an open seam on one end of it, and you just go around it, and it's so easy to do.
Oh my God, I just picked out the wrong. Did I pick out the wrong? No, okay. I thought I just unsewed the wrong seam, and I would have been pretty upset.
Oh, so you okay? So the 151 is the very small one. Yeah, I think that's what I'm going to. Yeah, We're gonna do. I think we're doing the small one, Terry, which is 150. Oh, it does have 244. That's the medium. That's the medium-sized one. Yeah. But I ordered 2 of the minis, so I'll have that amount anyway. And I planned on doing both boxes together. Sorry, I should have said that. My bad. Are you going to be able to get that mini cut of those? After I get done getting this binding fastened, I'll show you what the big one looks like if you want to see it. I can take everything out of the big one where you can see all the pieces stumped in the big one, which is 500 pieces. It's supposed to be, and I haven't took the time to count it to make sure. I hate fumble, or I don't want to disturb the triangles too much because I don't want to accidentally cause the bias to be stretched because I was messing around with them, you know. We're getting close to getting 3 sides of this done, and then we're going to go to that 4th side, and that's where I'm going to have fun, trying to join those 2 corners together, or edges, or 2 ends together.
The bane of my existence.
I tried a new tuck in technique that I saw somewhere. Where you cut you start with a diagonal thing and then you just tuck the other piece in and sew it.
Yeah, I've seen that a couple times. Do you find that easier to do?
Oh yes.
Then I'm gonna need to learn how to do that.
I mean, I don't think it would win any awards, but but I think
it works to get it done.
It gets it done.
Right. You're getting it done.
That's right. That's the Get Her Done award.
Yes, yep. Exactly.
It's always fun to get to do these on a live too from time to time.
Yeah.
Just so people can see that you're productive in finishing something.
Also that, you know, there's no need for perfection, you know?
Nope, there isn't. We just want to have
Don't let the thing you do for stress relief become stressful.
Yep.
Exactly.
The problem with quilters is that we're perfectionists.
Mary G, welcome. Hey, Andy, what's up? She says she says time for binding in my quilting room too, Katie.
Oh, yes.
Mary says, don't say me. I'm fine. I can create what I need based on what I want to do. Thank you. Okay, good. All right. So I just want everybody to be happy about what they are going to do. Oops. Me, I wanted to buy the lot. Originally when I bought them on when they had the sale going on, I paid for 2 large ones, one of the Coriotor and one of the Petite, and then I get an email 3 days later informing me that they sold out of it. And I'm like, so I had to end up getting 2 of the. I'm either getting 2 of the small or 2 of the mini. I think it's the mini. But the one that I made based on the information you need was from a small kit that I had, the mini. I already have one. I have a mini here that I did all the numbers for you with. It just took me a little while to get it done last night. Yay, this thing did not end up on the corner too. We're doing a good job here so we don't end up with a seam at the end.
Okay.
Since I'm gonna have a little bit of this binder left over, I can make a practice piece to look at. Let's turn you a little bit so you have that angle going on. Now we're going to the fourth. No, we're not to the fourth side yet, but we're getting close. And I keep hitting the camera, don't I? Sorry.
Was QuiltCon back in North Carolina next year?
Yes.
It is.
So, did anyone notice whether they're going to still charge you interest fee even if you do have a membership?
I haven't looked into that.
Because last year when I went as a member, you didn't have to pay entrance fees.
Yeah, the year before was my first time going. I didn't have to pay entrance fee.
And I went and looked at the website, and it looks like they're going to charge you for entrance. So I sent an email to verify. I haven't heard back from them yet.
Oh.
I mean, I have a membership, and I still had to pay an entrance fee. I thought.
Yeah, if they're going to charge me entrance plus a membership fee, that's ripping people off. Because as a member, you're supposed to get in all 4 or 3 days with no.
Oh yeah, you're right, Katie. You're right. Maybe I didn't. I remember there being a line and me having to like do something with my bags or something.
Well, I had a pickup package, so that's why I was in line.
Yeah, I got the little gift bag thing.
I had to pick that up and pick up my name tag because I had already paid for it. You know, everything was paid for. So.
Yeah.
My pins.
That's it.
I can't imagine why they would start charging you when it was not that last year, you know? You can't put inflation into that unless, I don't know.
I'm sure they are, though. I'm sure the venue costs more. I'm sure everything costs more.
The thing I didn't like about the one in North Carolina is that the lack of seating for everybody. If they do a better job of it next year.
Yeah, there was not a lot of seating. I sat on the floor quite a bit back there at the back.
Yeah.
That was the first one I had ever been to, so I didn't know it was different than that in other places.
Yeah, me neither. It was my first time, so I didn't know. Which I really didn't mind sitting on the floor.
Shoot, I go down to the floor. I'm not getting back up again.
You got that right.
You're going to send somebody with a crane to get me back up again.
I just didn't sit very much. I just kind of like in the little audience area where they were doing their performances. I sat there for a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, I really spent my entire time walking around. I didn't sit much at all, and I think it was just exciting because it was my first one.
Definitely saw lots of little motorized carts in there too. So I thought that was cool that they had those to rent for those that needed help. I was like, I wish I kind of gotten one, but I don't need one. I just needed a place to sit after after being on my feet for so many hours.
I just really wanted a place to sit when I ate, when I was eating.
That was the hardest part.
Yeah. Yes, I sat in the little middle section as well while I was eating. Luckily, we were able to find some empty seats.
Yeah, I just don't like eating on my lap,
Yeah.
Because I'm like 5'1". I don't have much of a lap, so it's like it was just awkward.
Yeah.
When I first met Sean, I'm like, oh my God, you're so tall.
Yes.
He says, I thought you knew I was tall. I'm like, no.
Yeah.
Time, that's for sure. I was so happy that I was in an Airbnb instead of the hotel, you know, because we had the ability to make our
Yeah, I'm so close. I just go home.
I knew you lived right up the road. You know what? When I come to North Carolina, maybe you and I can go find somewhere to get some fresh okra and make some fried okra.
Now I don't really do the okra, Katie.
Well, damn.
Me either.
I love fried okra. Oh,
that's one of those vegetables I don't eat. It's like the only vegetable I don't eat.
I love fried okra.
Me too.
Now, I've never had it fried. I've never had it. I've seen it, but I was like,
well, I'm not talking about the fried okra you see at restaurants and stuff. That's not fried okra.
No. I'm talking about the fried okra. My dad's from Tennessee.
Yeah.
The fried okra that my mama made. That's the kind of
exactly right in a cast iron skillet.
Yes.
Got part flour, cornmeal mixed together, and you pre-season the sliced up okra, and then you bread it, and then you put a tiny bit of oil in the bottom of that cast iron skillet, and you put it all in there, and you let it brown, and then you flip it, and it's got all these crunchy, yummy things all mixed in the middle of it. And it's like, that's my favorite part of eating okra.
Yep.
And do I sound excited about it? Yep, because my mom made the best ever fried okra.
All the restaurants here up in here in Maryland, they always they really batter it and then they deep fry it. I'm like, oh no, that's not the right way.
That's not fried okra. That's
because my mom doesn't eat it either. Like nobody, I don't really like that's never been anything that was cooked or prepared in my family.
Yeah.
So like I didn't grow up eating it. And then my mom, you know, when she tried it as an adult, she was like, yeah, I don't like it. It's kind of slimy. But the only way she could eat it was if it was deep fried.
Oh, if it was deep fried, yeah.
Because the deep frying got rid of all the sliminess, I guess.
When you're frying it the way I'm talking about, it's not slimy. But it's not deep fried either, because I like that crunchiness that you get when you cook it in a cast iron skillet with very little oil, because it browns it and it makes crust on the okra itself. And then when you gently flip it over, because stirring's what makes slimy okra.
Oh, see, I wouldn't know.
So let me ask you, Chaunda, do you like squash?
I like squash. The only vegetables I don't eat are okra and green peas. I don't like green peas.
I cannot stomach squash.
Oh, I love squash.
It is the nastiest.
Oh, if you do squash the same way you do okra, it's amazing too.
Yeah, fry it up in a pan with some onions.
Great,
so good.
Squash, but I couldn't stand it.
Oh yeah.
I since childhood I've not, and they used to force us to eat it.
Oh.
And that just made it worse.
Yeah.
And the other thing they force fed us constantly was liver.
Yeah, I don't much rock with liver.
I definitely don't rock with liver.
No,
thank you. It was sometimes she would put hominy on the table. I don't know about anybody else, but I think hominy is gross.
We're talking about grits?
It's big swelled up pieces of corn.
Not hominy ground to make grits.
No. If they're ground to make
whole
grits,
hominy.
yeah.
Whole hominy,
no, I've never had that.
It is so disgusting. But I like grits because that's ground up.
Yeah, I can make some grits now. I love grits.
Grits and catfish, yum yum.
Oh yeah. Fish and grits is always good.
Yep.
You guys, I haven't eaten dinner yet.
I know, right?
Neither have I. just thinking, that sounds.
Some fried fish does sound pretty good right now.
Right?
Yeah, I need to take some cod out of the freezer and make me some fried fish fillets. Not today, but maybe sometime this week.
I think dinner might be me running down to the grocery store and getting some fried chicken. Because I don't know if y'all have a Lowe's Foods where you live, but we do, and they make some pretty good fried chicken.
Oh.
Oh, Andy says she thinks you still have to register for the free entrance tickets. Okay, I'll look into that when I take care of that.
Yeah, you have to register, but we didn't have to pay. But that again, I went a couple of years ago now when it was in North Carolina. I don't know
pay last year either, so I want to make sure I'm not paying. I don't want to renew my dues if I got to pay for both. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which is hardly worth it for me because I only get to use it once, and that's when I come to the States for QuiltCon.
Yeah, that's true. Oh, are the virtual classes, are they never at a time that works for you?
What virtual classes?
With the
Modern Quilt Guild.
Modern Quilt Guild?
Yeah.
They have virtual classes?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't know that.
Check out the events on the website.
Well, doggone, because I would like to there's a couple. When I looked at the classes for last year, I only saw one or two things that I thought would fit within my realm of what I wanted to learn, but they were so expensive.
Yeah, they are.
Oh my God, same, Katie.
And I'm like, wow.
I'm like, there is way too much information available on YouTube for y'all to be charging these prices.
Exactly. Because
I did no. I signed up for no classes, and I also just paid for my entrance tickets.
See, because I wouldn't my binding skills are based on me just learning on my own. But I would love to take a binding class. I would love to take an actual learn how to make a sandwich without such hassle. I would love to do one of those. I would love to do take a straight stitching quilting class and a free. I don't even know how to free motion yet, but I wouldn't mind taking both of those on a domestic machine, so I can see how see the basics of it, so that when I come home, I have a better understanding of how all this how to best do it so it's not stressful.
Yeah.
Because it shouldn't be stressful, but sometimes it stresses me out.
Yeah, my local quilt shop, they have classes. And so I did some free motion classes with them. And really it's really just practice. It's really all it is. And so basically what they had us do, because I was, nervous and I was like, oh no. And I ended up doing pretty well, because it's like they just gave instead of, they just did some like mock quilt sandwiches, which is basically just plain fabric on the front and back with a piece of batting in the middle. And then they just had us practice different stitches. And just that act of just practicing was enough. And I was like, okay, this is not as scary as I thought it was going to be, but it was useful to have it like in person.
Yeah.
Right. Because as many videos as I watched, like there was nothing like having it in person. But if you want a class to follow, my favorite one is by Krista Watson. It's on Craftsy. And I think it's called like Planet Stitch It Quilted or something like that. And I like that a lot as well because her demeanor, her attitude, the way she goes about it is very casual.
Nice.
And she's like, and she makes mistakes while she's showing you. And she's like, yeah, I made a mistake. Nobody's going to see that. All they're going to see is the texture. So just keep going. And if your lines cross, if you do this, if you do that. And it was something about her approach that made me be like, yeah, do this.
Hi, Maritza. Welcome. And then Andy says, Katie, Krista Watson has a good series, and I need to write that down.
Yeah. See, I was just saying that.
That is either Krista Watson.
Yep. She gave me a lot of confidence. Just watching her craftsy class gave me a lot of confidence.
Chaunda, was she the midnight quilter?
No, that was Angela.
Angela Walters. There we go. Okay.
Now she's a little different. Like when I watch her, it's a little bit. I watched a lot of her classes, but it just didn't.
After midnight ones.
Yeah, I mean, like she has her like free motion classes where like she teaches you that kind of stuff. And I watched them, but I didn't get the confidence to actually try it until I watched the one with Krista Watson.
Like with Krista, okay.
It was something about her style of teaching that just clicked with me, that made me be like, yeah, okay, yeah, let's give this a try.
That's cool.
The one challenge I have is that the throat of this machine is very small.
Yeah.
That's the thing that keeps me from trying free motion.
Because you spend so much time rolling up
and pushing and
yeah.
I'm trying to make me a mock-up for my binding, so when I try to get the two ends together, I do it in the right darn direction. Because I always do it in the wrong direction, and that's what gets me all frustrated.
That's why I have to have a little tester by my machine.
Yep,
have to consult it every time.
Yep, I'm making one right now.
Because I know this is like our hobby and it's supposed to be fun, but I swear one day I did that binding wrong so many times that like I literally like was crying tears, and I was like, I'm just gonna leave this for now, and I'll come back at this another time.
Yeah,
what happened to me. You're not supposed to be so hard. Why are you so hard?
Like, why can't I get this? Why can't I get this?
Yeah, exactly. I'm like, I don't get it.
But sometimes you just gotta do that. You gotta walk away, and then like you come back to it in a couple of hours or the next day or whatever, and you're like, why was this so difficult?
Right, and it's like, what the heck?
Yeah.
What the heck? I was about to cry yesterday, and now it's like, oh, okay.
Oh, it goes together perfectly. Okay.
Yep, I know what you mean. All of each other's pain when it comes to that.
Whoa, that thunder was loud.
Oh,
was it close?
Yeah. It sounds like it's right on top of me.
There we go. Any wind with it?
I can't tell because I have no all of my windows are closed, so I don't have to worry about the sunlight fading my fabric.
Okay. All right, now I need to cut this down. Both tails.
Oh, look how close you are.
Yeah, I just got to figure out
the joining of the. Oh yeah, this part drives me insane too. Yep.
Well, first I got to trim it down to the right size. So it's supposed to be, each inch should be the width of the binding, right? Is what you cut off?
Yeah. So if you have a 2-inch.
I got to remember. Yeah, the overlap should be the length of the width of your binding. So if you have 2.5-inch binding, then they should overlap by 2.5 inches.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know because I want to make sure. Where's my ruler? Because I think is right.
That's the part that always confuses me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't have to trim too much off of it, looks like. Maybe not even quite that. If I'm doing this right. It's got to be 2.5 inches on both ends of it, right?
Not necessarily. They just have to overlap by that much.
Yeah.
So only one side needs to overlap 2.5?
Yes. So the part where they are overlapping each other. So
because right now
like
both ends of them, if I butt up the binding, I have both ends. I have probably 3 inches.
it's the width of your unfinished your the initial binding that you cut, whatever the width of that is. So if you cut a 2.5 inch binding, then when you overlap those two pieces, when they're coming together, you want that space of overlap to be 2.5 inches.
Mm-hmm. So normally, I would just cut off a piece of the binding at the end if I have extra, and then that would be the width.
Open it up, yeah.
And then I would just lay it across the two open.
So leave it intact and then trim it?
So I would just lay it across so I get the 2.5 inches. And then, yeah, that's what I would do. So the overlap should be, so the edge of one, the edge on the right should be at the 2.5, and the edge on the left should be at the 2.5. So you have the 2.5 inch overlap.
Okay, got
you. That makes sense.
Andy says, I wish I was there to show you. I can do hose tails fast. One of my quilty superpowers, she says. Yeah, I really struggle with this particular part of this little skill. It's always a struggle. Always. All right. So this one's going to lay open. Now let me see. Okay, we're going to lay this one this way. So face it that way. And I do need to fold this though, so I don't have so much. Okay. Now I can lay it out.
This tuck and fold method that I'm doing just eliminates all of that.
Oh, I know, and I don't know how to do it that way either. So yeah, when we that was
so it on someone's channel. I'm sure I'm not doing it properly, but it's being bound. So
hey, if it works, it works.
It works. Those babies will not be examining the At least that's what I tell myself.
Yeah, they're not going to be looking at it. They're just going to be like, I love it.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm the one that sees the mistakes on my quilt.
Mm-hmm.
And my quilt, I don't think anyone else really, pays that much attention. They see the whole, where I see the little points that don't meet and the lines that are not straight.
Yep.
I know.
I think we are our own worst critics sometimes.
Yes, we are.
I am getting there. It's slowly coming along. I don't know why I laid this out last night. I really shouldn't have done that. I had other things to work on. But I was like, oh, I've got all the components made. Let me just lay it out. And then once it was laid out, it was like, well, if I don't sew this together, I'm going to have to do it again. I'm going to have to figure this out again.
Yeah.
You backed yourself against in a corner.
Yeah.
I need to bring this over some more. It's like I can feel the tension just by messing with it. Lay back down the way I want you to. Okay, now let me see if I can pin this thing where it doesn't move so that I can get that line drawn on it. I'm trying not to overthink it at the same time, you know?
Yeah.
Because I think that's where I get into trouble. I start overthinking it, and then I put the diagonal in the wrong direction.
Yeah.
And that comes from being angle challenged.
So someone said on their YouTube channel.
And how many times have I said I was angle challenged? A lot.
Thank God for YouTube, right?
Mm-hmm.
So someone said when you put the two pieces together like this at the top,
Yeah.
pretend that they're 2 feet. So this is 1 foot and this is the other foot, and then across here is the waist of the person.
Yeah,
So you're
and that's where the
across
diagonal
the waist.
goes.
Right. So you have the 2 feet, and then the waist goes across. And that's what I think of every time I'm sewing binding.
That's
So
actually a great analogy.
yes, it's not. I can't take credit. I heard it on someone's channel. Don't know whose, but thank you to the whoever it is.
Yep.
I still draw a line every time.
Yeah, I'm drawing a line. It'll be off like always.
You think that you're drawing the waist of the pants?
Yeah.
That will help you with where to draw the line.
I never thought of it that way, but now that makes sense.
It does make sense. I wouldn't have thought of that way either. Andy says that's how she teaches too. Never sew into the crotch.
Yeah.
Those are words to live by.
Yeah. That's funny.
I'm gonna go run and get my next little batch of pieces.
Okay.
Oh,
you're coming along with it, sounds like.
It is. I am. I got two sections left.
Now let's hope and pray I got this diagonal going in the right direction.
Whoa.
Oh, no. It's twisted.
There was so much emotion involved there.
Oh no. It's okay.
You're like, yes, no.
See? It's twisted. It's wrong.
Oh, Janice, the storm is coming my way now.
Oh wow. Yep.
Not. This is definitely not the one that you guys had, but it's coming up.
I was in Maryland this weekend this weekend that just passed.
Really?
Yes. My daughter had a concert.
Oh, fun.
A Stray Kids concert, and it was her 21st birthday, so we took her there for the weekend.
Excellent.
Awesome.
It was phenomenally hot in DC.
Yes, it was.
We stayed in Maryland in Fort Washington.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Something, yeah. We stayed in a lovely Airbnb in Fort Washington and yeah, drove to and from DC.
It was unforgivingly hot.
It was.
Nora's like, what's wrong with mom? Why did she just hit the desk with her hand?
Frustration.
Well, at least no naughty words came out of my mouth.
That's a win.
That is definitely a win. But I just wish it was more simpler for me. I don't know why it's so hard.
It is so tricky.
Yeah. I could do all of it but this part. I always struggle with this part of it. And I wonder if that's because I haven't really sat down with somebody and watched them do it in person. Because I'm a very visual learner, and you can watch all the YouTube videos you want with what they're doing, but sometimes it helps when you got someone say, no, you need to do it this direction.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because what you're seeing on the screen might not necessarily be the way I have my quilt sitting in front of me versus how it's sitting in front of them on the camera. That makes sense.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel better, Katie, I've been in person to do binding. I've taken some classes at my local quilt shop, and I still mess it up.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's a pain in the.
Oh,
all right. Let me see what it is I did wrong. Now that I got it cut or picked back apart. So let me see what I did wrong.
You can just think of it this way. You can't be perfect at everything, otherwise people wouldn't be able to relate with you.
There you go.
We all know how imperfect I am. And I'm saying that in a funny way. I'm not down. But yeah, I make mistakes, and I'm not going to hide it that I make those mistakes. Because then other people can't learn. I think this is a learning thing.
Yeah.
And if they see me making mistakes, and then I work like what I'm doing right now, trying to work through why I made the mistake so I don't do it again when I try again.
Yep.
Which is, I'm not giving up here. I'm going to do it until I figure it out. Oh, giving up here.
Okay. So I'm finished with mine.
Oh, yeah.
It's a small quilt.
Okay.
I love the border with the piano key kind of border. That's really cool.
Yeah, thank you.
It's cute fabric too.
It's baby quilt number 1.
Maybe I'm turning this in the wrong direction. Maybe it needs to go this direction.
Katie, can I see what you're doing?
Yeah, let me spotlight this camera. I don't know how you're going to see with all this color in your face, but Okay, here's strand number, the right side. My
right.
My left.
Okay.
And I'm putting this side up, face up, like that. And now what I did to start with is I put it this way.
No, I think
it's the other way.
The other way. So the one in your left hand goes right side up.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. And so my diagonal needs to go this way then, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so that's where I made the mistake at. Okay, gotcha.
And I only know that because I'm consulting my little reference over here, or else I'd have no idea.
So you're sewing across from that corner where your thumb is at.
This
down,
one right here. Yeah,
yes,
right here,
down,
right?
down to the bottom. Yeah.
Okay, got you. All
The
right.
waist, not the crotch.
The waist, not the crotch, yes.
We're gonna get this figured out. So I had put it the end of it on the wrong side. Is what made it mess up. And the diagonals got it in the wrong direction too. So I need to pin right here so it doesn't move. And I think I'm gonna put one right through the middle. Let me see. I'm gonna come across here. This pin needs to be going like this direction. Okay, I need to draw a line.
Okay, what do I do next? Oh.
Straighten this up a little bit. Okay, now there's a pin. Not there. Okay. I'll put another pin down here.
I hope that's correct.
Andy says I put the right hand tail right side up and then the left hand face down. Yeah, I did that. I just put the end of the left hand on the wrong end of it. From what I'm understanding here, I think.
Is the right tail?
Because right now this is the right tail right here. This
The right tail should be going toward the right, and the left tail should be facing down.
Yes, so the right tail should be up, right, pretty side up, and then the left piece should be
down,
facing down, and wrong side up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then this diagonal right here.
Yep, okay. The waist, not the crotch. Oh, I love that. I'm never gonna forget that now.
I know, right? That's gonna be so helpful.
Yeah, and those two legs, I see those legs she's talking about.
Yeah.
Wait, let me see your line again, Katie, before you start sewing.
It's going.
So your line is going from. Okay, yeah, I couldn't see it. Okay, all I could see was your pin.
That other one that's there, yeah, it's going across, like you said, because
okay. Yeah.
Right. Okay, gotcha. So this should be correct this time.
Oh, thanks, Mary G.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
Okay.
I'm holding my breath, Katie.
I know. We're not the only one. So please do this right this time.
Yay!
Yes. Here, y'all.
Success.
Excellent.
All right, remove that pin.
Right. Now all I need to do is get rid of the tail here.
Yes. Remove the pin and stretch it out first, just to make sure it's the right width. No, stretch the whole quilt out so that.
Oh, got you.
Yeah.
Didn't think of that.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Is it twisted?
It's too long.
It's too long. Okay.
Oh, crap.
Well, that's okay though, because you've got it together, so you can just keep it that way.
Take a smaller seam
and do it. Yep.
Yeah.
So move the seam over.
Do it. Yeah, a tighter seam.
Looks like it.
I don't know if tight is the right word.
Yeah, it looks like I'm off by, or I have excess of a half inch.
Yeah, that's a lot.
So
can I move this?
Just move a half inch in. I don't know how it works. I don't know. You might have to
take a little pleat if it is too big.
Okay.
I don't know what that means.
I think she means just kind of fold one. So how you've got your fabric there.
Yeah.
Turn it back over a little bit. Turn it. Yeah. So where you got your seam at, just take, I think she means take, when she says pleat, take a little bit of that fabric and just kind of scooch it over the seam line.
But won't you have two seams right there?
That I don't know. I've not done the pleat thing before.
I think, like where it folds, just fold it in and just sew across it, I guess.
You mean like this?
Is that what you're thinking, Andy? That's what I'm thinking she's thinking. Take a little pleat if it's too big.
I just put a little fold in the binding as I sew it to the quilt to take up the excess. But don't do it right where the seam is at, right?
Oh, I see what she means. Okay.
Because won't that make more bulk?
Yes. So move a little further away from the seam.
So like when I start to sew here, make a little pleat like right here.
Right.
But when you put this over, is this going to cause trouble? Because I'm going to be turning it over to the front of the quilt.
Yeah, for me, if I'm off by more than like a quarter of an inch, I'll just take it out and redo it. But because I never knew quite what to do. Yeah. If it's less than a quarter inch or less, then I can just kind of, as I'm sewing it, I can kind of stretch the quilt a little bit.
Oh yeah.
And I'll just kind of tug on the quilt top.
Move it over by half an inch. Yeah. All right, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take it because I don't want that crease on the front of the quilt. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take the seam out, keep this set up the way I got it set up right now, but just move the whole thing over.
You might have had too much overlap.
Yeah, where I have a half an inch over here and a half inch up here on the top, and that should fix the problem, right?
Well, if you're over by a half an inch, then wouldn't you only take a quarter from each piece?
Yeah, I was just about to think that. Maybe that's a quarter I need to take. Yeah. So, okay. Let me take the seam out first because I don't want that crease on the front of the quilt because I'm sewing this on the back of the quilt.
See, I attach mine to the front and then stitch in the ditch. Then I fold it to the back and stitch in the ditch from the front. So it's easier for me to hide a mistake like that.
Yeah, I haven't learned how to do it that way because I'm worried about if I do that, then there's going to be a seam line that you can see on the front that shouldn't be there.
But you're stitching in the ditch. So you're attaching it to the front, then you're folding it over to the back, and then you're stitching in the ditch on the front and capturing the fabric in the back. Now you do end up with two seam lines on the back, but I personally don't care about that.
Yeah, but how do you keep from missing the edge of the fabric?
Well, when you fold it over, you have to make sure that fold goes past the seam line.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's why I haven't tried to do it that way because of the risk of the sewing falling off the fabric on the back or on the front rather.
Any mistakes only show on the back. No mistakes show on the front.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
You know, when you put down a quilt project for several years and then you pick it up back and you're completely clueless as to what you did.
Yeah.
Is that what you're dealing with right now?
Yes. I heard, Chaunda, I'm sure you mentioned something like that.
Yes.
On your channel.
it's one of the reasons why like it's so hard for me to go back to my whips because it takes me a good minute just to pick up where I left off.
Yeah.
And in that time I could be sewing something else.
Yeah.
I'm like,
Yep.
Oh, Teresa's here. I thought you were here earlier. No, maybe you were. Oh, no, you weren't. Hey, yes, she was, because I said hi to her. And quiet today. Probably because she's working on her pony. Her horse is coming together so good. It's so beautiful. And we're gonna have to draw another. No, we still. Yeah, I'm gonna have to draw a new line. Looks like at least yeah, because now the angle's a little different. But at least I think I've got it out measured right now. Get that vertical line redrawn. Or diagonal, sorry.
Well, I got my little butterfly all done. Oh, I'll wait for you.
Let me turn off the spotlight so you can get spotlight to show it to everybody.
Look at that.
oh, that looks good.
Or maybe this way, the light with the light up top and go down to the dark. Yeah, I like that better.
Yeah, that looks really good.
Yay! All right, so that's the small one works. That the proof of concept is done. So now I'll release the teeny tiny version too. Oh,
Is that your pattern?
Yeah, I had made. I don't know where I put it, but I had made the large one. It's a free block, and someone said, "Oh, I'd really love these in different sizes," and I was like, "I can do that." So this is half of the first block, and I can just imagine like using these as like the cornerstones of the bigger ones, the 10-inch blocks, and having these as the cornerstones of that.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yay! Oh. How what does this end up at? 5.5 inches. So 5.5. So that means each quarter is 3 inches. Yes, 3 and 3 together would be 5.5.
Minus the seam allowance?
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
3 and 3 minus the seam allowance. Yeah. Yay. All right. Okay. Well, I am going to call it an evening because I am starving. And we talked about food and now I can't get that out of my head.
Thank you for coming. Tell them one more time about your channel. And also, just so everybody knows, make sure you keep an eye out on my channel for our podcast that will be airing on Tuesday at 4:30 Eastern Standard Time. And me and Shannon will be sitting in the chat. And if you want to ask more questions, go for it.
Yep, I'll be in the chat on Tuesday night, and then I have Sleight Arts is my channel. I usually do lives on Sunday, but I'm actually going to take a long arm class tomorrow at a local shop that I'm excited about. So that will be fun. It's a 4-hour class, but it'll be fun. I'll take pictures and share some video of that. Yeah, my lives are usually on Sunday, and then I'll have a live usually if work doesn't get in the way, which it often does, unfortunately, but either a Tuesday or Wednesday night. This Tuesday will be in the chat with Katie. I do a lot of FPP, some bag making, I'll do, if I see somebody doing something cool on YouTube, I will try to do their stuff too every once in a while. So, but it's usually FPP, foundation paper piecing. But yeah, thank you guys so much for allowing me to join you tonight.
Oh,
It was so nice meeting you.
Here, this is because I wanted you to come.
Well,
You're welcome on here anytime. You know, like I tell everybody else, you know, if you want to sew and I have a live and you're bored, send me a message either through any probably email or either on YouTube. You know, not YouTube. Sorry, Facebook.
Yeah. Yep.
Send me a message. Say, hey, I see you're having a live and I want to sew. Can I come? Yeah.
Awesome. I love it.
That's how I do Teresa and a few other people. I just let them, you know, because I hate sewing by myself.
Yeah. Yep.
But thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. You guys have a great rest of your evening. Thanks, everybody.
Thanks. You too.
Bye. Oh, I'm supposed to be sending a link.
Oh, I've taken out a whip.
All right.
Which is this pattern.
Yeah, let me show it. Let me spotlight you so everybody can see it. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
This is the pattern.
Wow.
And
I've seen that.
I started making it out of scraps because, as Chaunda said earlier, I used to cut my scraps into 2.5-inch squares. So I have the thing halfway done. It's very scrappy.
Oh, that looks good.
Yeah.
I love the purples. Oh God, I love purples. And the purples are right next to the teals. And so that's right up my alley.
Yep. So I'm working on the other half and I haven't worked on it for over a year. So I'm trying to figure out what my organization was all about and what I did, but I think I have it. So that's what I'm working on now.
Hey, Cindy, welcome, welcome.
Hi, Cindy. Hi, Sandy.
Hey, Cindy.
We got Sandy and Cindy in here. And someone's about to be a little bit pesky again. I wonder who that could be. Does anybody know who's giving me grief right this minute?
Can't imagine.
Can you hear that? Can you hear that tail hitting something? Gee. So the reason she's been quiet all this time, I gave her part of her dinner ahead. Really? And she's got this grin on her face while she's back talking me. About a smile. Oh, I'll be right back. Let me go give her the rest of her dinner. What do you think about his food?
Yes, absolutely.
Do you have a dog, Chaunda?
I do not. I do not. I want one, but I don't want to take care of one, so I don't have one.
Yeah. Well, I'm not much of a dog person these days.
I'm definitely a dog person. I'm allergic to cats, but I'm definitely a dog person. But like I had 3 kids, and so having to take care of a third thing,
yeah,
it was just more than I could muster. So the only animals I've ever had are guinea pigs because they're a lot easier to take care of.
Yeah. And when my kids were younger, they would ask for a pet and we'd get the pet and then it would become my responsibility.
Right, exactly.
Nope. No more. When you can take care of the pet yourself.
I tell my kids, you can get a pet, you can get a dog when you have your own place to put it.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah. My daughter loves dogs.
I do too. I really do, but I just mm-mm. And even though the kids are older now, and it wouldn't be, as I don't have as much to do when it comes to like my kids,
Mm-hmm.
it's still just more. It's just more. It's just not anything I want to deal with right now. And I
Yeah.
think if you're gonna bring a pet into your home, you need to have time.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah. I agree.
And right now, I just want to be selfish, and I want to spend all my time just doing stuff that I want to do.
And I think you should.
Yep.
I think
But
you
my
should.
mom has one, my sister has one of my aunts has one. So I just play with their dogs.
Mm-hmm.
I can't live without a dog because I'm alone too much.
Yeah.
I'm never alone.
Yeah. I mean, my husband's gone 2 months at a time, so if you added all the time he's gone, it's half a year
Wow. Yeah.
when you add it all up together. And I did this house,
I'm sure he doesn't want you to be alone either.
no, he doesn't. And even with the dog being noisy part of the way through my YouTube, she's relatively a quiet dog to begin with. She
Mm-hmm.
doesn't, I mean, she talks a lot because that's her nature, but every time she hears noises, she's not that type of dog. She just, when she wants to eat, she by God wants to eat.
Mm-hmm.
I know how she feels.
She lets me know about it.
Yeah.
I don't blame her because when I'm hungry, I want to go eat too.
Yeah.
You know.
She acts like she never gets any groceries. That's the thing about it. Hey, Teresa, how's your day been?
Hi, ladies.
Hey.
Teresa.
I was wondering if you two knew who this was.
We've met in
How's
YouTube.
everybody?
Good. What about you?
I'm okay. I just woke up about 40 minutes ago. I fell asleep during your live. That's why you didn't see me anymore.
Or went to someone else, or was watching more than one live at the same time.
I wish I could take naps. I can't do that. If I were to go to sleep at this time of day, I would never be able to sleep at night.
Yes, I have the same challenge.
The only time I can take a nap is if I'm sick, like if I have some kind of really bad cold or flu. Other than that, I can't do it.
Yeah.
I wish I could. I'm so jealous of people who can take naps.
I'm jealous that people can sleep at all. How about that?
Yeah. Yeah. I will say at this point in my life, yes, menopause has really wrecked my sleep.
Yeah. Oh, gosh. Tell me about it.
Yeah.
If I could figure out how to, and I don't know if it'll matter if I try doing this, figure out how to get up because I go to bed at 5 o'clock in the morning, 6 o'clock in the morning. Sometimes it's 9 o'clock in the morning, like it was this morning, because I couldn't go to sleep.
Wow.
And then I sleep. I think I woke up twice and finally got my butt out of the bed at 3 o'clock. And that's not really technically enough sleep. It's 10, 11, 12, 1. It's about 6 hours sleep that's been interrupted.
Yeah.
Sometimes when Nikolai comes home and he wakes up at 6 or 7 from being at work, there's been a couple of times where I never heard him get up, and I'm like, I didn't hear you get up. He says, I know. You were sleeping the most peaceful I've ever seen you sleep.
Wow.
I don't hear Adrian when he gets up, but I feel it. It makes me wake up, but I don't hear it. Like I tend to wake up when he leaves. I don't know why.
Yeah. I walked in here one day and days before he was leaving. I don't know, 3 or 4 days before he's leaving. I walk in here and I'm like, where'd all the Legos go? He says, I put them away. He says, you were sleeping peacefully and you were dead to the world. Wake up as soon as I get off the bed. And so he had gotten up and he had closed the door and I never heard him. And when I came walking out, he's like, you're awake.
So here's the problem. When I started, so I used another machine to sew the initial strips together.
Mm-hmm.
And now that I'm using this machine, apparently they're all different.
Uh-oh.
Oh, the seam allowance is different?
Allowance is different, yeah.
Oh.
Gotta hate
That
that.
sucks.
Is there a way to improvise around it? Maybe, maybe not.
Will it stretch? Will it stretch me?
Can I see the strips again?
Okay, so these are the two I just sewed, right? And these are the ones I sewed before.
Wow, there is a difference, huh?
How far off is it?
Now, mind you, I have not ironed these or pressed these yet, but there's a good like 3/4 of an inch.
Wow.
All of this difference.
So when you butt the seams up together, how much space is in between?
Oh, from one
block, yeah, from one seam to the next seam.
All right, let me put these down and take up one. And it looks like about an 1/8.
Can you put the bigger one on the bottom and let the feed dogs do some of the work and then do a little pulling on the top piece to get them to go?
Yeah, I'll have to do that. But I'm not ready to sew these into the thing yet. Yeah, I think it will work. I think it will be all right.
How many of those do you already have sewn?
Well, these are just the joining strips between the blocks. So this is the sashing.
Okay, got you.
These are the sashing strips. So now I'm going to make the blocks.
So the sashing is probably the only headache you're going to have then.
I'm hoping. I'm hoping because I've done half the quilt.
Yeah.
The top. So this strip here going down, this one here, is sashing.
Gotcha.
And this is one block. This is another block. So I have two.
And that's the sashing strip that connects the two?
Right. So it's one of those things that when I am, it seems like I can fudge it in because most of the seams line up. Maybe it's just one or two. So when I lay it against the quilt, it's pretty much lined up. When I lay it against the quilt.
You can make it work.
Yeah, I think I can make it work. And I haven't pressed it, so I think once I press it, it will be fine.
Okay, Katie, don't do anything yet. Katie!
Heard you. I'm listening. Okay. But I'm also trying to look at this because I'm making sure that I get this angle going in the same direction because I had it done right once they got me through it. It's just that I had excess. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, I was going to walk you through it.
Okay. Well, I think I got it. I think I have it going the right way. But now I'm going to need to make another doggone.
Oh, what happened, Katie?
I'm thinking that I might need to take a little more, move it a little more in both directions.
It's still too big.
It might be.
I'm going to show you how to do it. So hold on just a second. I'm just about ready. I have my piece out.
Okay. It's going to get done, y'all. So don't give up on me.
We have faith in you, Katie.
Yep.
We're going to get it done. Man, when the bot decides to wake up, it wakes up. You see that? Now there's a bunch of gibberish coming across the screen. In fact, it looks like it just did it up there, or the channel's just quiet right now, one.
J. So J goes across there. Okay. J.
Actually, people are probably working on something. It says I have 31 people sitting in here. Hey, y'all. Y'all hit that thumbs up if you don't mind. I usually don't ask.
Oh.
This is fun, y'all. I'm enjoying this sew together.
Me too. And I'm getting stuff done.
I know, right? Are you looking forward to next month's crochet together too?
I am.
How are you doing on your project?
Yeah, I've only done a little bit on it.
Okay. I haven't done it.
I had to do a lot of math. I had decided like the order of my colors, but then I had to figure out how many stripes I could do. So I had to like break out the scale again and figure out how much yarn I was using for each row. And then I had to go back and like redo the stripe order. Because I'm using a different yarn than she is. I'm using an Aran weight yarn, and she used DK. And so I couldn't follow the same stripe pattern, and I didn't want to have to get 2 skeins of yarn of each color. I just wanted to be able to do the one, which is going to leave me short for the border, but I'm fine with that. I can find something else to border it with.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I bet you have something in your stash you can do the border with.
I'm positive.
Look at here. Listen to this. Jennifer says that she's listening while she's picking beans in her garden.
Nice.
Talk about great multitasking. Hi, Joyce. It's going all right. I'm just struggling with my little binding tails. But it's all right. We're going to get it done.
This is.
I am on my last section.
Woohoo!
Yay!
I might even get the whole quilt top put together.
That'll be excellent because you're on a roll over there, I see.
I am.
You're getting it done. I was looking at not this past last year's podcast stuff, and I came across your video. And I'm like, gosh, we look so different from when we first met each other.
Yeah.
I hope so, Joyce, because I've been turning them on. Whether they work when they're supposed to, that remains to be seen. I accidentally forgot to turn them on one of my lives, and I felt so terrible because I couldn't turn them on once the live started. I tried, but he wouldn't let me. It's like, you cannot do that because you are live.
Was that the closed caption?
Yeah. Once
That's
the
good to
live
know.
starts, it won't let you.
That's good because I didn't know that. That's good to know. That's good information.
Yeah, so, yeah. If you forget to do it and you try to do it while you're live, it's not going to let you. So, I don't know why they don't fix it where you can randomly turn it on and off if you want. Now, Sandy says, I was listening while painting my hallway. Now I'm enjoying a cup of coffee outdoors on my deck. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Different projects going on here. Someone's picking beans, someone's painting. That's pretty cool.
A cup of coffee on the deck sounds pretty good, but I think I might go with wine instead.
Yeah, I was just going to say, a glass of wine sounds better to me.
It's a little late in the day for caffeine for me.
I'm not a coffee drinker, so there's that.
Oh God, I love coffee. I just finished my because I made, well, it's a good and a bad thing, but I got this heated coffee mug, and it keeps your coffee hot because it takes me like hours to drink my coffee.
Mm-hmm.
And so I literally just took the last little swig of it from coffee I made at like 10 o'clock this morning.
Okay. I'm ready to walk you through it, Katie, if you want.
Yep, let me spotlight you so everybody can see what
I want to watch this too.
And I'm going to move my camera down here.
Okay.
So that I'm going to position my camera, hopefully, so that I'm like right on top of this. So my left will be your left, my right will be your right. You know what I mean?
I was just gonna say that because I have the quilt towards me with the binding going away from me.
Right. And that's how I do it. So
yeah.
So I'm going to turn my camera
Damn it,
around.
I just ran out of bobbin thread. Sorry.
No.
Mother puss bucket.
Okay. Let me see.
I haven't heard that fudge bucket used in a long time. Oh, you just got me tickled.
Because I try not to curse. In my real life, I curse a lot, but not on camera.
Saying damn it's not a bad word as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, but the mother one is a little spicy, so you know.
Yeah, the F-bomb will get you in trouble probably. Oh God, you got me laughing now. Oh my God. Sandy says, wow, Chaunda, I had 3 cups since then. Laugh out loud. I'm still asleep, thankfully.
No, I wish I could.
Okay, I'm watching Teresa, sorry.
That's okay. I'm just trying to make sure you can see it. I might need to zoom in.
Yep, go closer.
Yeah.
Looks like you have the same kind of mat I got.
I took that board off. Is it better with the white board or the blue board?
The blue board is fine. It's the same color as what I'm using on mine. It looks like you and I have the same doggone mat. Did you get yours from Hobby Lobby?
No, I got mine at a quilt store.
Now, this one I got right here came from Hobby Lobby, but I'm going to have to order a new big one, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to get it here in one piece. Hello, I don't even know how to say that. Anyway, Seeds of Warmth. What's your first name? That first part of her name, I don't even know how to say it. It looks like it says crap WPC. Yep, I can see that pretty good. Yeah.
Okay, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, I'll have to do it from the over here. Okay, so I kind of did a mock one here.
Okay.
Okay. So normally when I'm doing a quilt or any project, I try to leave myself as much room on either side as possible, and at least 10 inches is good. So but this is really small, so I can do 10 inches. But the more you have unstitched, the better, because that'll give you more room. Okay.
Well, let me do
So,
something quick. Let me pull a little bit more out on this one side that's giving me, that seems over tight. Should I do that?
yeah, take it out to where you have to sew it back together. So if you have it sewn together right now, just take it apart.
No, it's not sewn together.
Okay.
It's just pinned.
So, yeah, it took me a long time to finally get this in my head. But the other thing I always do is the project is always towards me, like I have it now. And then the binding is on, up here.
Like what I've got. Yeah, like what I'm doing.
Yeah, and I do it the same way every time. That way, I'm not getting it all confused in my head.
Okay.
Okay. So the first piece, you want to cut it off wherever you want it. So in my case, my first piece is on my left-hand side, and I just pretty much cut it off right in the middle here. But you can cut it off wherever you want. Okay. Here's my next piece on my right side, and I still need to cut that off, right? It's way too big at this point, or too long. It's too long.
Yeah.
All right. So what I do then is I need to measure it. So get a 2.5-inch ruler, 2.5-inch ruler wide. And then what I do is I pull this right side over the top of the bottom one, just right over the top, but leave it kind of hanging out so you can see it.
Wait, stop for a minute. Which one's
Okay.
under and which one's above?
Okay. So
I see it now. Got it.
Okay, so your shorter piece on the left side is on the bottom. Bring the right side and just lay it over the top, but leave the bottom one hanging out a little bit so you can see it.
Okay.
Okay, and then you're going to line your edge of your ruler up right so that right along that bottom one, right? Because you can see that bottom one.
Yeah.
So you know where that is. Okay, so then you take a marking device and you mark on this left side of the ruler on your right side fabric. Okay.
We're marking on the one on top, not the one on bottom, right?
Correct. The one on top. But I'm lining up with the
we
one
were trying to explain, Katie.
Huh?
She's doing the overlap that we were trying to explain, that you overlap one on the other, and then you measure it. You measure that width of that overlap.
Yeah. Okay.
To the width of your binding.
All right. So I can see my binding on the bottom. Correct? Can you see yours? Because my top one is overlapped.
I see the binding on the bottom, and then I have the overlap on the top.
Yeah. Okay. So line my right side of my edge of my ruler to the one on the bottom.
You mean where the 2.5 inches at?
Okay, watch. Let me get it up a little bit closer. Okay, so you can see the bottom of my binding right here, the blue.
Yeah.
The one in the back. So on my ruler, I'm going to line that up right with that. The right side of this ruler right here is lined up with that. And then I'm going to measure 2.5 inches out to the left on the top of the binding, the top piece binding.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Let me catch up with you.
I've
got a different ruler out that looks like yours. Hold on. All right, so I'm going to put the right side of my ruler lined up with the one underneath.
Correct.
Okay. All right. I've got that done.
Okay. And so then take a marking device, and on the left side of your ruler, mark that on the top binding. Okay.
Okay. Yep. I'm doing
All
that
right.
now. Okay.
Okay. Very good. I see you're doing that. Okay.
Yep.
So then the next thing is now I'm going to cut my excess off. So right on that line that you drew, that's where you're going to cut.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. It's done.
All right. Let me cut mine.
So she did a 2.5-inch overlap because she's using a 2.5-inch binding. If she was
Correct.
doing a 2-inch binding, then she would only measure over 2 inches, not 2.5.
Okay.
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank
Gotcha.
you. Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you measure whatever size your binding is. Okay. So now the binding on your left, pick it up and then open it up like this
Yeah.
so that the pretty side is up.
Okay.
Okay. And just lay it down there like that.
Okay.
Okay. You have it opened all the way?
Yep.
Okay. And then the one on the right hand side, you're going to open that up like this so that the wrong side of the fabric is facing you.
Wrong side is facing me. Okay. Got it.
Yeah. Okay. And then you're going to angle it so that it is laying on top of the one on the left. So the right sides are together.
Can you move your right hand for a minute?
Okay. So, okay, you see how this is laying here?
I have
So,
the one laid down. Can you, when you open the other one up, can you do it so that I can see which way you're turning that fabric?
yeah, so I'm, okay, so it's, you open it up like this
Okay.
and you turn it towards you.
Okay. That's what I wanted to see. I
Yeah,
wanted to make sure
turn
I
it
was
towards
doing
you.
it the same way. Okay.
Okay, and then the small edge, this
Yep.
edge
Yep.
goes on the long edge,
Okay.
small edge. Move back under the camera a little bit, Katie. I can't see you. Okay.
Can you see now?
Yeah, I can see you now.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Very good. Now you're going to pin that corner, that outer corner tip. Put a pin in it.
The top right corner?
Yep, top right corner.
Okay.
Put a pin on that.
All right, it's pinned.
Okay, and then the bottom left corner,
Uh-huh.
go ahead and put a pin right there. Bottom left.
Okay. Pin's there.
Okay, now we can kind of move it around a little bit.
Okay.
Okay, so the next thing, now lay it out flat as you can. You have to manipulate your fabric around.
Okay.
Okay, so that's nice and flat. See how I have it?
Yep. And can you see mine?
Now I'm going to take my ruler again and starting in the upper left-hand corner, put your hand there. Put your hand on the upper left-hand corner.
Right here.
Yep, right there. Okay. Put your ruler there and at an angle to the lower right. And you're going to draw a line on the diagonal.
Okay. Let me mark
Okay.
it. All right, it's marked.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and put a couple more pins in on the one on the upper left corner where I just marked, and one on the lower corner, just so that it stays put.
Okay. pins are in.
Okay, so now you can sew right on that line, right on the line, from the upper left-hand corner down to your lower right-hand corner.
Okay.
So I'll go ahead and do that too. And we hope that we did it the right angle.
Yep. We're about to find out if Katie can follow instructions.
And if Teresa can give you instructions.
Yeah, I'm trying to be funny, y'all. I might not be good at comedy, but you know.
Okay, when I was learning how to do this, I kept watching Jenny from the Missouri Star Quilt Company.
Mm-hmm.
And she's left-handed and I'm right-handed. And so it was so difficult. Finally I just started doing it over and over and over and over again until I got it done. Okay, I did it the right way. Yay.
Oh,
All right.
I see what's going on. Okay, I've sewed it, so I'm taking it out.
So now you sewed it.
Yep.
So it should be laying flat all the way across the top now.
It is.
Make sure it does before you cut the extra out.
Oh,
so pull it across. Woohoo!
Woohoo, Katie, you did it. Woo!
Yay!
Yay!
Hi, thank
Yay!
you.
Oh, wow.
All right.
Okay, now you can cut out your extra fabric.
Yeah.
You know, like a 1/4 of an inch, like you always do. So I'll go ahead and do that. And I usually just use my scissors on this because
Yeah, that's one I'm using, the scissors. I don't want to risk cutting into something with a rotary cutter. Not when you got all this stuff close proximity. Thank you. Now well, I need to like press the seam open too, right?
Yeah, you can do it open or whatever. So now it should be ready to sew down.
It is. I'm just going to make sure that seam is open so it lays flat. Where's my roller at? I think I tossed it out of the way because I didn't want to keep knocking things over while I was doing this. Okay. Seams are open. All right. Now it's ready for sewing.
Yay.
All right.
All right. Good job, Katie.
Thank you. Thank you for helping because I was getting a little frustrated.
I could tell. I was
like Katie usually doesn't get frustrated anymore as much. Not as much as I used to. Remember when I first started? Oh my God, I was a train wreck. Now I'm take things better. But this binding gets me so uptight.
It's you just have to find out what works for how your brain works.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because it's something that's new and different, and you have to figure out how it works with your brain. And it doesn't mean anything if someone gets it one way as opposed to another way. It's just how your brain works.
Yeah, and sometimes you have to see it.
Yes.
You know, I need to see it. I like the written instructions, but I need to see it too.
Yeah. Just visual learning, being a visual learner has its disadvantages sometimes.
Yeah.
At least I think it does because there's a lot of times I need to see it.
Yeah.
Why does this seem like this is so big?
Ow.
Okay. I think I might go take the camera over to the horse and maybe work on that for a while over there.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And
I'd love to see that.
Yeah, her horse is coming along.
I've heard good things. I'd love to see that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm running out of steam.
Uh-oh. Are you getting annoyed with it?
No, I'm just tired. It's been quite a day.
Okay.
Yeah. But I did 2 more rows. So
Well, that's good.
hi Zaza.
Hey, Zaza.
Hi,
Hey, Zaza.
Hi Joyce.
I think Zaza's a cool name.
I know.
Well, you girls have been on for a while.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
don't even know what time it is. Let me see what.
It's
Oh, no. We've been 8, 9, 10. Ah, we've been going 3.5 hours.
Mhm.
Y'all should have
What
said
did
so.
you What did you schedule this for, Katie?
We can go as long as y'all want to go. I've gotten I don't even bother trying to. I tried it for a while to keep it at 2 to 2.5 hours. I'm just too slow of a sewer. I would never get
Well, I
anything
think
finished.
also because you're hosting, and so it's
Yeah.
like the rest of us can kind of just
Yeah.
go without having to like worry about logistics.
Yeah.
So that's why I always end up, later than I planned. Sometimes I just want to finish something.
Yeah. Yeah. I get that.
Oh. Of course, I burn people out by doing that too, though. But, it's always just Thursday, Friday, and Saturday for the most part when I do that. I mean, every now and then, we do the crochet once a month. Like tomorrow morning, my butt's got to be up early because I got Sean.
Mhm.
Because
Oh, what time is that?
8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. So you're going to see me like, oh, she's half asleep. Look at her.
And what time is that for you?
11. 8, yeah, 9, 10, yeah, 11. But that may not seem early, but it is if you don't go to bed till 5 or 6 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So I got to try to take my butt to bed by midnight tonight. Trying and doing, though, are 2 entirely different things. And I still got to make me something to eat when I get off.
I'm grateful for these sewing times because I've gotten quite a bit done.
I love these sewing times, and I love that y'all get things finished too.
Yeah.
I just finished my last section. I'm so happy. And it's all off my floor now, which was the goal here.
Yeah. Can we see it?
It's in pieces. Hold on.
Well, we still want to see.
Hold on. Let me iron this last seam. So this is a piece.
Mm.
Look at that. It looks great.
Nice.
So how many of those pieces are there? Once you
I
sew
have
that
6
piece?
pieces.
Okay.
Like here's a piece.
I love that one. Love the colors.
Colors.
The orange is
Very fallish.
yeah.
Yeah, there's like 6 pieces. And here's a piece.
Nice.
Wow.
Nice big blocks, but it was just a pain. It was just a pain how it went together. The other pieces are in their box. I'm going to try to see if I can go ahead and put this together into a quilt top since it's not that many seams left to sew.
Oh, because it looks like you got a majority of it done already.
Yeah, I've got all the pieces. So I don't want to get them mixed up. So they're all like labeled. I've got labels on them so I don't mess them up.
Yeah. It's gonna be really pretty when it's all put together.
I know, I'm excited about it.
Yeah.
I didn't think I'd get the top put together today, but I think I am.
That's outstanding.
Yeah, that's going to be really pretty.
They're
I
saying
bought myself a fleece
fabric.
blanket. Huh?
They're saying pretty fabric.
Yeah, this is a Kismet by Art Gallery.
Zaza says, that's not too bad, Katie. I go to bed at 3 and 4 a.m. and I'm up at 7. But see, I'm not a morning person at all.
I'm not either. I'm a night owl. I have to force myself to go to bed. And sometimes I don't, but it's rare for me to go to sleep before midnight.
So you know what happens to me when I like when I get ready for going to the United States? I don't sleep at all. Period. At least 24 hours before I travel.
Yeah.
And part of it's because I suffer from travel anxiety. And it's not flying that's the problem. It's everybody else that's the problem. And
I don't mind the people or the flying. I just mind the crashing.
The crashing. Yes.
I mind who's on the airplane because I've noticed over the last 10 years, especially since the pandemic, people don't care if they bump into you or step on you or push you aside. They don't say excuse me or I'm sorry anymore. And I can't stand being touched.
Yeah. It was tough to go to DC last weekend. I was very anxious because of the recent events. And I was saying, well, if we all die, we'll die together.
Yeah. Well, the stuff with the airplane stuff is beginning to worry me a little bit because when I was watching the live of the United Airlines taking off from Nuke the other day, smoke come billowing out of one of the engines, and I'm like, well, that's interesting. And the plane's only 2 years old. And then about 3 days later, there's a same type of plane through United Airlines, no less, had to turn around and come back to LAX because of smoke coming out of the engine. And someone's camera was watching it, and you could see fire coming out of that engine.
Wow.
And I'm like, really? We're going to have, and it's terrorizing me a little bit.
I don't blame you, Katie. Sometimes I have to travel for work, and I'm just really glad they haven't called upon me to do that lately.
Yeah, because it's getting to be a almost every week affair these days. Some jet has issues, or they got to land because smoke in the cabin with the Dreamliner that landed in somewhere. I don't remember where. And I'm like, sounds to me like maintenance is not being done on these planes or something.
I try not to listen and watch because it only makes me anxious.
Well, it definitely's got me feeling anxious because I know I'm going to fly in February, and I'm like, meow.
I love traveling. It's just the getting there.
Yes, I'm with you on that, Janice, because I love to go.
I like to go too. I just don't. And I love being hugged. So don't anybody think you can't hug me. What bugs me is how rude people are because they don't say excuse me when they step on you. And I hate being stepped on. Even my husband steps on me sometimes. And you should see me when he does it. I'm like, do you not see me standing there?
What? Yeah.
It's because he's wearing sandals in the house. I run around barefooted. So the sandals he has on, I don't think he realizes that when he's walking around the house with shoes on, they're house shoes, they're not outside shoes. But I'm running around barefooted constantly. And so when he comes walking in the kitchen, his shoes end up on my toes.
I am not a barefoot person.
I am through and through, girlfriend. My mom, I can tell you that my mother was always on my butt. You know what she was on my butt about?
What's that?
Just wouldn't wear shoes.
Put your shoes on.
Get your shoes on. You're going out. No, I don't want to.
I was the same
Come
way.
out there. Where's your shoes at?
Oh wow! Oh wow! Teresa
I used to
Louise.
always go outside with my socks on.
Wow.
Oh, there's that too. Yeah.
That's lovely.
And
That's,
even here in Greenland, you will see me going outside barefooted with snow on the ground. I mean, I don't stay out there very long like that, but if I'm going to just go outside and see how much snow is falling down, I don't bother to put shoes on. I just walk out there. So, but I wear shoes going to the store and stuff. So don't think I don't do that, because I do. I just don't wear shoes in the house.
Yeah, me neither.
I do. I rarely take my shoes off. I take my shoes off when it's time to go to bed. Right now I'm wearing socks and Crocs.
yeah.
I don't know what it is, but I don't like that feeling. I don't like that barefoot feeling. Even as a kid.
Interesting.
Same.
Yeah.
So different when it comes to shoes.
Teresa Louise, can you tell me a little bit about that horse?
Yes. This is called The Horse. It is a pattern by Emily Taylor from Collage Quilter. She has a YouTube channel and a website. I don't know if this pattern is still available, and I don't know if she does kits, but I got I bought it just the pattern, and then I picked out my own fabrics. So
It's lovely.
thank
It
you.
really is.
This is
That's so intricate.
black and white of the horse. So you get instructions. Here's a photo of her colored horse. So you get instructions, and there's a few pages of instructions. And then you get this fabric pattern that is a panel. And let me lift that up so you can see that it is a pattern. And then these different shades represent the different tone shades that you will pick for your fabrics. So like the white here would be really, really light ones, and then medium light, and so forth.
Okay.
So you just have, this is the shades.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So I know these aren't colors, but you can still go through your fabrics and pick something really light. Like you pick 4 or more really super light ones, and each shade and each category, you pick out 4 or 5 of those that would be in this shade.
Geeks are great with this.
And then you just cut off little pieces and, put them on there. Now, this technique is parchment paper. So then I put parchment paper over the top of this pattern. And Emily teaches this way with parchment paper. But I do it for a couple of different reasons. You can iron directly on the parchment paper. And once you are done, then you can just peel this off and put it on whatever background you're going to put it on. All right.
Oh,
and, okay. And if you make a mistake, let's say I decided I don't like this white shading I did, I can just take my tweezers here and pull that all the way off and take it off, and then put something else on. But if I would have done this right on fabric, I wouldn't be able to do that because, it would be glued down.
So you overlap the pieces of fabric.
Yes, you have to overlap them at least close to 1/8 of an inch. Okay. And when I first started out, I worked up here and I put the darks down first. But then as I was working on it, I kept sliding the whites underneath, you know, the darks. And I'm like, why don't I put the light down first, you know?
Yeah.
And then put the darks. So that's what I'm doing now is I'm start with the lightest first and then come back over with the darks. And I just like the way that looks better because you can see your darks through the light, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
If you put the light on top, you can still see the dark.
Yeah.
So
yeah. It's
So
lovely.
yeah, oh, and the other reason I'm doing it this way is I want to save my panel
Right.
as a pattern. I don't, you know, because I might want to do it again. So
yeah, that makes sense.
And so she says, you know, to cut your pieces out like, you know, like about the size of a quarter or, you know, a little bit bigger, like the palm of your hand. Thereabouts, but some of them are going to be smaller, you know, like dime size or nickel size. And so, yeah, you have any questions?
How long have you been working on that?
What's it been, Katie? A couple months?
I think it's been about a couple months now.
Yeah, but I don't work on it unless I'm on YouTube.
Okay.
So I haven't been really working on it on my own, you know, just on the camera. So, and I do like a couple hours or so, you know.
It would have taken me 6 months just to pick the fabrics.
The other ones I've done are these on the wall back here.
Oh.
Now these are a different technique, but they're still collage. And it's called Summer Breeze. That's the pattern is Summer Breeze. And it is by Tony Whitney. And you can get this pattern off of Amazon. I think I paid around $17 for it when it was on sale. And this one is much easier for beginners because it comes with two patterns. One is the full-sized paper pattern. Okay, so it'll be this whole full size of this. And then the others are these cutouts. And they're all labeled. So they tell you what fabric to use. And I think sometimes you can get this in a kit. But anyway, and they have you letter and number your fabric pieces. And then you take heat and bond or whatever you're going to use, seam and steam or whatever fusible, and you trace these out on there. And then those you then iron onto your fabric, cut that out, and you know exactly where they're going to be placed. Whereas this other way, it's freestyle.
Yeah, those are stunning.
So
they're really stunning.
And Emily Taylor, she has a lot of tutorials on her YouTube channel. And she has a lot of books and a lot of different patterns. And like this is one of these, this horse is the advanced, you know, but she has a lot of other ones too. Like you could do a teapot. Look at that.
That's cute.
Little teapot. And I've done a little cup.
Oh, that's nice. I like the teacup.
A good way to practice too before you do a big project.
So one of these days I'm going to put these on some sort of background, and they'll just be wall hangings, you know. Okay.
Sasa says that I couldn't cope with bassets. They would walk all over me. And hi, Jody. Jody says that's pretty and that's neat. She likes number 45. I don't know what number 45 means. What does that mean, number 45?
I don't know.
Does she number her patterns, maybe?
Well, if she does, I don't see a number on it.
Oh, then I have no guesses.
Oh,
Okay.
yeah, she has some of her books have other animals in them, and Joyce is saying the rooster. Yeah, the rooster's really cool. I want to do that one too.
I would like to do a chicken too. I think that would be fun because you can make them really colorful. Okay. How's everything going on your end, Chaunda?
I'm putting this quilt top together. It's
Okay.
coming.
Janice, will you be able to do the last Saturday next month too?
Yes.
Okay, because I was just making sure you weren't going. I didn't know if you had any vacation plans or anything because summertime.
I think I'm for sure I'll be here.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure. I have it in my journal.
Okay.
All
I was
this.
just checking because I didn't know where everybody was if anyone had plans to go off somewhere.
Yeah. I mean, if
I'm
anything changes, I'll let you know. But for now, as far as I know,
okay.
the end of July.
Yeah, I do know that in August, Nikolai comes home. I think the second week of August, I believe, and we are planning a trip to Nanotalik and to the forest, but I'm not sure which weekend that's going to be yet. So we might have to flip the weekend.
Okay.
Either the third weekend. If I go sailing the third weekend, we don't have to worry about it. But if I go sailing the last weekend, then I'm going to need to move it up 1 week. Because there won't be any lives. I will be gone from Friday to Sunday.
Oops.
Where we're going, there's no. Well, Nanotalik has cell phone service, so I might be able to. I might be able to do a live while we're in Nanotalik. At least check in so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Because I talked to Torben, and Torben's our friend that has the boat that takes us with him and his wife all the time. I mentioned something about, there's a forest over near Nanotalik, and me and Nikolai was thinking about taking a helicopter. And he says, well, we can go by boat. And I'm like, well, I didn't know you'd be up for that. He says, not a problem. He's just what we got to figure out is how we can squeeze in salmon fishing at the same time, because the salmon fishing the spot that we go for salmon fishing is right up to from the hot springs, and Nanotalik's like another hour away from the hot springs. So I think he wants to go drop net and then go back and check on it later. Look, I'm almost getting it all the way around. See?
Woohoo! Awesome. You're almost there.
Start sewing it.
Almost done.
Yep. Once I get this last side clipped, I can start sewing. And then I'll have another finished quilt. Yay! Have you been doing Janice, have you been doing anything interesting lately that's different from quilting?
I've been watching bee videos and bee and chicken videos. That's all.
Like honeybees?
Honeybees, yes.
I like watching the honeybee ones too.
I think it's fascinating, and I guess I get a little geeky about it. You know, like I'm fascinated by the honeybees.
Oh, I get it. She said she liked my channel.
Mhm.
That's what that
Yeah.
number 45 was.
Yeah. Yeah.
She came in and liked it. Thank you.
Yep. But I feel like I'm gonna call it a night.
Okay. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate
It was
you.
good to talk to you again, Janice.
Yes, yes, it was great to be here. It has been a great evening. I got one quilt done.
Yeah, let me spotlight you so you can show it one more time. And before you leave, while you're showing that, tell everybody again about your channel.
This is the back of the quilt.
It looks good.
This is the front.
Oh, that's pretty.
Love that. That's so cute.
Looks happy.
And I quilted it on my, on my machine. And it's all bound and ready to go to keep a little baby warm. So I volunteer at the NICU as a cuddler. And yes. And
I would love doing that.
It's so delicious. That's all I can say.
You got to give me your contact for that because I would love to do that.
Yep.
I can give you the contact, and I make quilts for them, for the babies.
I would love to do that.
So
yep, that's fun and fulfilling.
It is. Because I've been so busy with, I'm studying and I'm working full time, and it's been really busy. So I have not gotten as much sewing as I've wanted to, but I'm on break now, so I've been getting a lot of sewing done. My YouTube channel is the Right Way. I do mostly quilting. I'm not aiming for perfection. And I'm just having fun.
Enjoy yourself. That's what matters.
Just enjoying myself, and I'm grateful for all the people that watch and subscribe and comment on my videos, and so that's it. I love hanging out with Katie and Chaunda and all our other YouTube friends. It's always very productive and a lot of fun and very interesting. So thanks so much for having us, Katie.
I enjoy it every time we get together. Y'all are just fun to be with, and I love it. So I hope we can keep doing this for a long time.
Yes.
Well, thank you, and have a great weekend.
Yes, thank you. And the rest of you guys have a great weekend as well. And I'll see you in YouTube land.
Yep.
Okay, it was good to see you.
Good night.
Good night.
Any threat? Okay, I'm almost to the end where I can start sewing. Zaza says that she was the 45th person to like tonight's live. Okay, got you.
Okay.
That's why I was confused. I'm like, I don't understand. And she says, Emily Taylor just did a tutorial on MSQC for collage quilting, Zaza.
Yeah, that's pretty much all Emily does is.
Yeah, see, I don't know who she is, so.
Yeah, I saw that part of that video. I need to finish watching it, but
I'm going to have to get my oldest daughter to see your horses and show her how she could be doing something. If she doesn't want to paint, she could do fabric painting.
Yeah.
Because she hasn't picked up the paintbrush in a while now. Did you see the picture I posted on my community tab of her painting?
I did. That was so nice. I can't believe how young she was and did that.
Yeah, she's definitely gifted, and I'm gonna post a couple more this week, and one of them is gonna be like, what in the world? It's a man. It looks like a man's face, but she's got hands going across the mouth. And she really must be it. She must be like me. She observes people's hands. because there's several of her drawings where she did nothing but draw hands. Because I notice people's hands too. Some people have
I've read somewhere that the hands are one of the most difficult things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think some people have the most beautiful hands, and I just want to stand there and I don't know why I'm fascinated. Like Robert Redford has beautiful hands.
Really?
Yes. If you watch The Horse Whisperer, look at his hands, because you see him doing a lot of hand work with the horse, which means you get to see him put his gloves on, take his gloves off, and I'm like, golly, he has nice hands. Usually I'm looking at their butts, but not that one. It was his hands.
I don't think I ever really noticed people's hands. But then again, I don't notice much of anything, so that's really not saying much.
No,
I'm the most unobservant person you can possibly. I don't think it's possible to be less observant than I am.
I don't know. There's some things I notice, and because of who I am, I could sit for hours on a bench in the middle of a park or on a bench in the middle of a store, even though I hate being in a store, but I could sit on a bench and just watch people come and go.
I think you're incredibly perceptive, Katie. I think it's like your superpower.
Yeah. I never think of it that way, but that does make sense. I don't know what it is. Someone used to tell me that, despite what I've been through, they think I'm very innocent. And I always try to see good in everyone, and everyone is not good. And I'm like, I don't need you to tell me who's not good or bad. I already know who's bad. So, and I'm going to give someone the benefit of the doubt until I learn different, And sometimes I can just tell when someone's bad by the way they act. Not act like physical actions, but because I'm reluctant to bring this up because some people will think I'm crazy. But I'm empathic on top of it. So sometimes I can tell just by coming within someone's airspace that there's something wrong with this person.
I think that's a pretty good skill to have.
Yeah. But it also gets me in trouble, Chaunda, because you know why? Because I always want to do things for people, and sometimes that just gets me in so deep trouble.
I think that's the better way. I'm cold, I'm pretty distant, and I wish that I wasn't, but I just am, and I've always been that way. And I think it's better to be warm.
Yeah, but
even if it gets you in trouble.
Yeah, it does get me into trouble sometimes because I'm too, I don't know, trusting maybe. But with you, I can tell that what you just said, but I also don't think you're so hard that because my middle sister, she's hard. You can't even be within her airspace for very long and you can feel it. I don't feel that from you.
No, I'm not like a jerk. I'm not like crunchy on the outside. I've always just been a very solitary person. Like I've always been that way. Mm-hmm. And I don't really need
need
a lot of, I don't need people the same way other people need people.
Yeah.
And because I don't need it, I don't speak it out. And so I don't give off talk to me vibes. That's what I call it. Like my sister is such a people person. She gives off talk to me vibes. So anytime somebody's near her, they're gonna want to talk to her because it's just in her aura. And it's not in mine at all. My vibes say, don't
stay away.
I'm fine over here by myself. Like if you need something from me or if you want to just say hello, but there's nothing in my presence that says, come on sure. Like it's just not. And I wish that I was more open. I wish that I was. I had to make peace with the fact that I'm not, because my entire family is the opposite. My entire family is like people, and like they like to talk, and I'm just not like that. I'm so different from them. And it took me a long time to make peace with that, being so different from everyone else in my family.
I remember when I first I Myra has known me a really long time. You've seen her on a few of my lives recently. We call each other Sissy. The first time I met her was at a gathering of people, and I'm not going to say what kind of gathering it was. So, and the first time I ever went to one of these parties, I sat on the sofa and I didn't talk. So for 2 hours, I'm watching what everybody's doing and I'm saying nothing. And one of the guys comes up and sits next to me and he says, "You don't talk much, do you?" I'm like, "Well, I don't know any of you yet. I mean, I know you from talking to you online, but I've never met you in person. And I don't think I'm shy. I think what's happened is because I was drilled to not speak when you go to someone's house. You're seen but not heard kind of thing. And so for a long time, people thought that I was this standoffish, unsociable person. But what it was is I had to learn how to stop doing that. And that's why when I'm on YouTube, it's easy to talk y'all's ears off. But if you went, like at QuiltCon, you and I saw each other and I talked to you, but I didn't go around talking to every little person that was in there either. But I think I'm a lot better about it now than I was a long time ago when I was younger.
Well, I'm pretty shy and antisocial. So the combination. Now, I don't mind a crowd. So like I like to like I'll get on a stage and do a speech, no problem.
Oh boy.
I'm not afraid of things like that. I'm not afraid of performing. If I had to get on stage and do a karaoke, like I would do it. I don't have a problem with that. Like in front of people. So I don't have a problem on my channel or like talking to like a mass of people. It's just when you get me one-on-one, it's like
it's a problem. I like that we're talking about subjects like this, because I'm glad I'm not the only one that has certain kinds of quirks.
Absolutely not.
Because when I finally met someone that I had been talking to him a long time, and then when I was in Chicago for my daughter's PIR, he says, "You know what? I have something I want to give to you. Can I come to your hotel and see you?" And I'm like, "Sure," because I'd known him long enough to know he was harmless. So he brought me a crystal for me to wear for traveling and things like that. And he says, "I have something to tell you." I'm like, "Okay." He said, "Did you know that you were empathic?" And I'm like, "What does that mean?" And when he sat down and told me all about what it meant, I'm like, "So I'm not crazy in my head?" Because I didn't know there was a word for it.
Yeah, there is.
All I know is I didn't know how to put a bubble around me to shut people out when they were being ugly.
Yeah.
Or or what I can give you an example. My middle sister, you've heard me talk about me being angry and all this kind of stuff. I try to keep it in check. My sister is the angriest person on the planet. And when she lets it out, it rolls over you like a tidal wave. And it's like, I need to get out of here. And she don't have to say nothing to you. You could just feel it coming off of her. And I didn't know.
I'm pretty even.
Yeah, and I think that's when I'm like, why can I feel when somebody's angry, or why can I feel when someone's sad and they haven't said a darn thing to me,
It's not just that you feel it, but you react to it. Because there are other people that can feel they can feel that same anger, but it doesn't impact them.
Yeah.
Where is with you, it does. And to me, I think that's the difference between someone who's an empath versus someone who's just perceptive, is that the empath feels that and internalizes that.
Yep. And he told me, you know, if I'd knew this what it was when I was young, I probably could have learned how to imagine a bubble, because young people, when you're young, it's easier to learn these skills, and as an older adult, it's harder to picture how to put a bubble where you can just block it all out. Now, sometimes I can do something which is dangerous if you're doing it when you're driving, is I can be thinking about something and be a million miles away and drive myself from point A to point B and not know how I got there.
Now, I think we all do that. I've done that. Especially if it's a route that you've traveled a lot. It's just like how sometimes, like, you know, I go to work every day, but then one day I'm not going to work, I'm going someplace else, but my body is so used to going to work. And so I start going to work.
Well,
it's kind of like that.
Yeah. And I learned how to do that probably in my late adolescence into my teenage years, because it was a way for me to shut out when my dad was beating me. I wouldn't cry. I would just like go somewhere and endure it the whole time it was going on. And which would make him really angry because he was wanting tears. So I think that's where that comes from. But what you just said too, you know, all of us, it's very strange how you can do that and not get in a car wreck.
It's just, I think it's like different components of your brain that do different things. And there's like muscle memory is a factor.
Yeah. Your brain definitely exercises itself from all the practice you've done with it. That's for sure.
Like, I just learned a couple of years ago that when people close their eyes, they can see things. Yeah. I can't. I cannot.
Really?
And I think, and I think it plays into why I can't remember things very well, because I can't picture things. There's a word for it, but I always forget what it is. But there's a word for people who, when they close their eyes, they can't picture or visualize. And I'm one of those people.
I'll be darned.
Helen says, Katie, is the quilt you're working on paper piecing? No, it is actual piecing, and all you're doing is sewing together. You're doing like it's like it's almost like doing a 9-patch, only the very center, the center strip on one going, hang on, give me a minute. As soon as I get off this machine, I'll show you what I'm talking about. But there's a rectangle with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 little squares. And I'll explain how that works. It's a really fun pattern. Andrea says, I am back. Your binding looks great, Katie. Katie, the quilt is pretty. I'm glad y'all are liking my little quilt. I think it's super duper cute.
It's very cute.
I could have made a big one like this, but you know, when I got that, let's see, how many did we do? We did 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 down by 7 across. And by the time I did that many of them, I was so overdoing the little X's. Because could you imagine doing that with a bigger quilt? It would take a while. Okay, looks like there's been some more comment. Andrea said, Andrea says, my shakes have settled down. Now, if I can get my tummy to settle down, it would be good. Have you? Oh, she's been sick, I think. I hope you get to feeling better. Joyce says, Chaunda, I'm pretty much the opposite. I'm fine one-on-one, but do awful in crowds. Joyce says, my youngest sister was the way she would always bring the worst out of anybody. I know, isn't that crazy? Some people could just come into a crowd and just turn it'd be all happy-go-lucky going on and, you know, together, and suddenly it's World War III because one person walked right in the middle of it and caused it. Andrea says, I am an empath too. I feel everyone's pain, emotional and physical, and I'm about to sneeze. It affects me physically and emotionally as I was in their pain. She says she has to back away sometimes for her own mental and physical health. I think we all do. She says her son is always telling her that Joyce says, my son always tells me that I have a heart of stone. Things just don't get to me.
That's me.
Who are you asking about? Do you dream, Joyce? Was it Chaunda?
Yes. So that's how I know if I'm asleep, because the only time I can see when I'm closing my eyes is if I'm dreaming. I can see my dreams, but once I wake up, they disappear like air, like fog. If I want to try to remember a dream, I have to start writing it down immediately as soon as I wake up, or I'll forget it immediately. But if I were to try to like close my eyes and picture someone's face, I can't do that.
So let's ask a question, everybody. What do you find easier to remember about people? Are you a face rememberer, or are you a name rememberer of someone's name?
I'm names for that very reason.
See,
I can remember names.
Face and no name.
Yeah, I can't remember names.
I am terrible. If I don't talk to someone all the time, I will forget their name, but I'll remember their face.
You know, Adrian will be like, you remember the so-and-so that's in that show? And I'd be like, I need a name.
Yep. Nikolai will have to just show me, because I'm like, who are you talking about? Because he'll say their name and I'm like, who is that? So-and-so on this show. I'm like, well, show me, babe. And then when he shows me, I'm like, oh, now I know who you're talking about. Because I'm just horrible with names. Let's see what everybody says. I thought the marathon live was mid-July. It is, Regina. I made an error, and I will go fix that error. I don't know why I stuck June on there. It's July the 16th. Joyce says, yeah, definitely don't want to go to a restaurant with her, because she would show her butt and I would be afraid to eat my food. Oh my God. Yeah, there's those kind of people too. But I don't know you. Because some people can just be downright rude.
And being rude to service people, that's one of my pet peeves.
Yep.
Don't do that. That I don't like that at all.
Nope, me neither.
That bugs me. So maybe the worker can't say anything, but I can.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
I rarely have to, make a complaint. It has to be something really bad they did for me to say something. But
I don't think I've ever complained.
Yeah, I just won't make a scene, though. I'll go do it in private.
Yeah, like if there's something wrong with my food, then yeah, I'll tell the server there's something wrong with my food. But if there's something wrong with the service, like it would have to be really bad for me to say anything.
Exactly. And as far as the food's concerned, it's not the server's fault that the food is bad.
Exactly.
That's for
unless they left it up on under the heat lamp for a half hour.
Well, I don't. Does that happen often these days?
Probably not.
I mean, I don't think I've ever been anywhere where that's happened.
Yeah, I haven't come across that, but if the service isn't great, I just don't tip very well. But I don't do anything because I'm not trying to work that job. So
I have to tell you,
I try to give some grace to the people that do.
Yeah, especially when it's really busy, because
right.
I've worked as a server before, and it's not an easy job.
No, it's not. My daughter is doing it right now.
Joyce says that she was rude to everyone. I don't know how many times I walked away from her. I've even walked out of a restaurant from her. Oh my God, I don't think I'd be eating out with her. Joyce says, love her dearly, but I did not like her. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Taco says, I hate that too. Manners cost nothing. Even if you complain, you can be polite about it. Yep.
Exactly. Like, it is free to be nice.
Joyce says, Katie, that backing matches that quilt so good. Thank you. I think it matches it too. I'm happy with this because when I went looking for a backing for it, I started out with one and then I saw this and I'm like, what about this? So I came and put it in front of the quilt and I'm like, it has all the same colors in it. Why? I thought, okay, let's get crazy here. Let's use this one.
Ladies and gents, I have a completed quilt top.
Woohoo!
I'm so happy. Let me see if I can show you guys. Let me get the stool because I'm short. Let's see. Ugh.
Wow. You did get it done. Congratulations, Chaunda.
I'm so happy.
You got something productive done today.
Ah, I'm so happy.
You go, girl.
Yeah, congratulations. And Andrea says, Katie, guess what? I made myself sit down and design and write a pattern last week while I was taking a mental health break. I will be testing it next few days. Awesome.
Ooh.
You did a super job, Chaunda. You guys is on a roll today.
Yeah, way to go. Good job.
Shannon made blocks. Those butterflies are cool looking.
Yeah, I love those butterflies. And I love that she used that ombre fabric. It just added so much dimension.
Who was it that mentioned about the online classes for Modern Quilt Guild?
That was Shannon.
It was Shannon that mentioned it. Okay. I'm wondering if they teach binding classes and stuff too. Although I would rather take one in person. It's funny, you know, when I'm putting the binding on, and every time I go through another part of the quilt, you know, where I've been quilting at and where I've ended something, I find loose threads I thought I cut off that are still there.
Always.
It's like I thought I cut all of them off. We almost have it finished. It's getting closer. Thank you, Teresa, for helping me. Thank all of y'all. I mean, you got me to the right spot. I just was struggling because I cut too much or had too much on it too. I didn't mean to make anyone jump when I hit the table with my hand. I wasn't angry. I was just...
Well, it is 8:20. I've got a completed quilt top. I am going to get ready to call it a night.
Yeah, wait 5 more minutes so you can see my finished.
Oh, yeah, you're almost. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I want to see that.
There.
I want to see that. That binding is adorable.
Thank you.
Do you have any of that fabric left?
Yes.
Okay. Because that, you know, that's a good, like, all-purpose binding when you've got anything rainbow like that.
Yeah, you're right. I could save it just for that because it's beautiful.
Bye, Joyce.
Someone leaving?
Bye, Joyce.
Yeah, Joyce.
Oh, I'm almost done. I'm going to show you. I'm like 1 inch away from being done.
Hey, Mama J, I guess you're back. Oh.
Look.
Thank you for the lovely comments about the horse. I appreciate it.
Your horses are beautiful.
We just had a great big group of motorcyclers drive through. It was like, and they were like, you know, what do they call those? Harley Davidson motorcycles. So I'm like, I wonder if the Hells Angels are here or what. You know?
Can you see?
That is so cute, Katie.
Yeah, that is so cute.
Are those batiks?
No, this is all this came from hang on, I'll tell you who it is. Someone gave me a bundle from QuiltCon. I don't remember who did it because I ended up with 4 fat quarter bundles because of someone. This is ombre scroll, and it was a whole fat quarter kit. So I still have all of, and I only used hang on, I'll turn this off. I only used one strip off of each fat quarter that I used as the color in this. So I have all that fat quarter still left over there.
Okay.
And so this is QT Fabrics, and it's called Ombre Scroll. And I could I don't know if they're still in the market, but I was going to try to find a home for these, but then I got to thinking about I could make Nora a quilt out of these colors.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, there's so much movement in the prints that I thought they were batiks.
Nope, they're just cotton, plain old cotton.
It's got to be the ombre.
Yeah, it's that ombre effect. This is the back, y'all.
I love that back and that binding. That binding is chef's kiss.
It's finished. I am so happy I have it finished. Okay. All right. One more time, Chaunda, tell them about your channel, and then we're gonna cut out of here.
All right, my name is Chaunda. My channel is Under the Needle Quilting and Crafts. It's a very casual channel. I don't go live ever. I only really go live with Katie. But it's basically just a place for me to share the quilting and crochet projects that I've been working on. And I love it when you guys tune in and check me out. I talk too much, but it's okay.
No, you don't.
I think you talk too much. I talk too much. I know I do. And also for you, Teresa, and then we'll say goodbye to everybody.
Oh. Hi, yeah, I'm Teresa Louise. I Quilt Too is my channel, and I go live on Sundays at 2 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, and then I go live a lot with Katie, or so it seems like here lately. But anyway,
I love it. Like I said, I don't like sewing by myself.
Yeah, I know, me neither. I don't do a lot of just regular videos anymore. I used to, but now I just do lives. It's easier because I don't like to edit. I'm lazy.
I don't edit either. That's why it's all wordy.
Yeah. Let's see here. Let me repeat a couple things real quick. Joyce is leaving. Then Andrea says, beautiful. You know I love bright colors, so that is right up my alley. Really pretty, says Mary G. Regina says, what pattern do you use? This is called Raspberry Kisses. And after the live, I will go get the website where you can follow the, there is a tutorial from the actual designer, which is free. This is why I did it as a channel so long last year. And you can go over there and get all the information you need from there. And then Andrea says she got a charm pack in the mail today. She won it, but she forgot about it. And she says, be blessed, less stress, and pet some fabric. All right, everyone, thank you for coming to the live tonight. Remember to live, laugh, love, and dream. And what do you do with that? Y'all make something. Thank you again, and I'll see you Tuesday on the premiere podcast with Shannon of Sleight Arts YouTube channel. So see you on Tuesday. Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye all.
Let me turn the live off. Hey, I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me.
Of course.
Sure.
I'm so happy.